Good morning, and thank you for joining us this morning for our City Council work session. We'll go ahead and continue. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Adamson?
Here.
Gray? Cheatham?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Johnston?
Here.
Manon? Glad.
Here. Thank you. Agenda item number 2 is NeighborWorks update. Representatives from NeighborWorks will give an update on their five-year strategic plan activities. NeighborWorks is also seeking input from the City Council regarding the plan.
All right. Well, thank you, and good morning, everyone. Nice to be first on the agenda. But I'm Mark Dahlquist, the Executive Director at NeighborWorks Pocatello, and this is Larry Bell, and he's our board president. And Larry's actually been involved with NeighborWorks for all 25 years in existence. He's been the chair of our loan committee since its inception. So Larry has deep roots with the organization. But just the purpose of today is, or kind of to outline what I wanted to go over, is first of all, just a brief recap of what NeighborWorks Pocatello does, and then kind of some numbers on the economic impact that we make on the community, and then we'll talk high-level overview about our 5-year strategic plan. And so just to start with, that on the handout there, the top page, I'll highlight a few things that, of course, one of the main things we do is we produce the affordable homes in Pocatello. And our strategy up to now has been that infill program where we build our homes in older neighborhoods. And we have a good partnership with the city of Pocatello where we're a sub-recipient of the CDBG funds. And so oftentimes those CDBG funds will help us with the lot acquisition. And if there's an older home that needs torn down, or the lot to be prepared, that we get some assistance that way. So almost the entire 25 years that we built those infill homes. And we're also a lender that many people think of NeighborWorks Pocatello as just, well, they build houses and they're those neighborhood association people, but we do a great amount of lending, and we actually have a $3 million loan portfolio. And throughout our history, sometimes special initiatives come up even with our lending. And one really good success story is that a year or so ago, we were the recipient of $1.2 million of Project Reinvest funds. And what that did is that allowed 100 people in our area to get a little over $10,000 of down payment assistance for new home purchases. And that was a loan, but it's a deferred 0% loan, so it basically gives them $10,000 plus cash to bring to the table to kind of get to that next level on the home purchases. And I think there's a great success story there, that there were only 77 organizations across the country that got that grant, and we were actually the first ones to deploy that in the country. And so that was so successful that we found out the other day that we're going to be getting a second round of those funds. But really broad array of the lending activities, but mainly the down payment and closing cost types of loans, and then home improvement loans. We also have our education programs that many of you probably already know, that once a month we have the homebuyer education that we teach right at our office. And studies have shown that they're 1/3 less likely to experience foreclosure if they go through that class. So we really try to push the importance of that. And we also have post-purchase classes that all of our folks that buy one of our homes or take advantage of one of our lending programs, we do invite them back to an Essentials of Home Ownership class. And that's a post-purchase class where they learn budgeting skills and home maintenance and how to live in a healthy home. And it's just kind of an initiative to where after you hand them the key, that they still need some education. Pre-purchase education, there's lots of emphasis on that, but we're proud we have something kind of after the fact. Counseling activities, just real briefly on that probably the most popular counseling activity that we have is the reverse mortgage. And for a while there, the foreclosure counseling, that was very popular when we were going through that crisis. But right now, probably our biggest need is the senior citizens in our area that they're thinking about a reverse mortgage and they're not really sure how it works and they want our advice. And actually, if you take out a reverse mortgage loan, that you are required to talk to a neutral HUD-approved agency like ourselves, and we're just one of two in Idaho that do that. And we're neutral with that. We don't sell reverse mortgages, but there are lots of senior citizens in our community out there that want more information, and just let you know that we do offer that. And then briefly on the community beautification and neighborhood management, we have a curb appeal award that we're continuing. We do that 2 or 3 times a year, and that's an award where each of our targeted neighborhoods, we have 6 of them, that those folks that do a really great job with upkeep of their homes and landscaping, we like to award them and recognize them and put a sign in their yard. We give them a gift card to Pinehurst Nursery that really make a big deal about that. So we're continuing that on, and we have our tool lending library where for a couple of bucks that someone that doesn't have a lawnmower or weed trimmer or rototiller or something, and they want to beautify their property, we do have that service at our office. And we have a tool trailer as well that can be deployed out in the community with those lawn and garden tools for groups that want to do neighborhood and community cleanups. And then lastly, on the neighborhood management, that lots of support there, that we can build houses and we can fix up houses and have different lending activities, but our mission is to uplift the older neighborhoods, in particular in Pocatello. And if we don't have that neighborhood association support and the resident buy-in, that's not going to come full circle. So we do everything we can to support that neighborhood organizing. We even got a grant for a block party trailer this year from the AARP Foundation. And so we purchased a 22-foot enclosed trailer, and inside of that we have collapsible picnic tables. We have a big 20-foot by 18-foot canopy. We have collapsible garbage cans and a huge barbecue grill and games and things. So kind of in that effort to have neighbors organize and talk to each other and get together for the common good, that sometimes they don't have that kind of the tools to have those get-togethers, so that you can just pull up the trailer and anywhere set that up. Not on the sheet, but I want to mention that we do have our Spirit of Hope house. That's a 10-bed facility on the 600 block of North Harrison, and the purpose of that is for men transitioning from the correctional system that don't have a place to live. So while they're getting readjusted there and getting back on their feet, we do have the Spirit of Hope house. And before I move on, I want to, just because time will go by real fast, but I think Larry wanted to mention a couple of things.
Excuse me, 2 things. I'm a retired mortgage lender, and one of the valuable resources that Mark and his organization provide is the face-to-face counseling with the seniors that are interested in reverse mortgages. What happens is, and I don't mean to pick on old people, but a lot of them tend to lose their hearing and don't do anything about it. And so if you try and do that counseling over the phone, you have people shouting at each other and there's not a lot of good communication. And the face-to-face home buyer counseling on reverse mortgages is very, very important. So that's one of the things we do. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that we're part of a national organization, and there are a little over 250 NeighborWorks organizations nationwide. The national organization comes in and audits NeighborWorks Pocatello to see how we're doing financially, how we serve our community, and if we're meeting our mission. And we had consistently received the highest rating. And we're one of the best organized, best run NeighborWorks programs in the country. And that's really a tribute to Mark. Mark didn't want to get up here and say, man, I do a really great job. So I wanted to say, not only do we do a lot for Pocatello and we do a terrific job, but when you compare us to other NeighborWorks organizations, we're top notch.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, and on the second page, I won't spend a lot of time on that, but there are some very good numbers there that we're trying to get out to folks. And there are obviously the numbers there on the homes built and the homes we've rehabilitated. But of special note is that on our infill houses, that we've built 134 of them since our inception. And we did a study just this past year, and those 134 infill homes, that they've added $14.7 million of assessed value to the local tax base. But even more importantly, $189,262 in annual tax payments. And so we are a viable organization that's contributing to the local economy. Okay, so on the last page, that's what I mostly wanted to go over, and I won't go over it in great detail, but just kind of give you the highlights. But in early 2018, we went through our strategic planning process, and we actually have a 5-year plan, and I know these plans are evolving and this could change in a couple of years, but what we're looking at a little bit further out right now is really mainly 4 different objectives, and neighborhood revitalization is always one of our key objectives. And you know, with that, we're doing a lot of things in our targeted neighborhoods, but maybe not getting the input from our residents. And so early this year that we're conducting a survey, and we're already pretty deep into forming that survey, and just getting, you know, kind of getting the needs and the wants of the residents, so we know and they know which direction to head. And then another thing there is that our neighborhood boundaries, and I should have maybe brought a map today, but if you look at a map of Pocatello, all the neighborhoods in the center, like Bonneville and Old Town and Whittier, that those have been our primary focus areas. And that map actually came out 25 years ago when we were first formed. And so there's been a lot of talk at our strategic planning is that we need to relook at those neighborhood boundaries, that you know, maybe there's a neighborhood over here that, you know, their income levels have kind of dropped and they need some revitalization, and the neighbors, the residents want to organize. So you know, we are going to look at our boundaries and possibly shift those around. And then on the rental properties, those are, you know, there's a lot of rental properties in our targeted neighborhoods, especially Old Town, and they have to be at the table and be part of the solution. And so just one program we've talked about is a renter education program, and that's where we would work with some property owners there and try to get them to have their, especially new tenants, come to a class, that maybe a 1 or 2 hour long class, and just learn what it takes to be a good tenant, I guess. And kind of the incentive there is that if we can work with the landlord to maybe have them knock off like $25 or $50 of rent for the first month for going through the class, that, you know, we want to offer that and put that out there, because we want to really lift up neighborhoods. We've got to remember that there's a big chunk of rentals out there. And then more code enforcement awareness, educating our folks about what the codes actually are, increasing neighborhood participation, and then offering incentives for exterior improvement. And with our rehab loan program, that the low and moderate income folks are mainly the ones taking advantage of that. And it is a low interest loan program, and it's available for folks that maybe don't qualify for traditional bank financing. And sometimes the loans are even like deferred to where they don't have to make payments, or they're very low. So it's a really good tool that a lot of the folks that are coming to us, that, you know, they know that a lien is going on their property for this loan, but they're like, I want my furnace fixed, I want my plumbing upgraded, I can't afford to fix up my front porch, or I can't afford to do new siding, I just want to take care of the bare necessities. And that's, you know, that's understandable, but there needs to be kind of a nest egg of money there, or some kind of incentives to make them want to fix up the outside of their properties. And so just last month, we found out that we got a federal home loan bank grant, and we've been trying for 3 years to get this. And what it will do is for our folks, and you have to meet certain income criteria and other criteria, but if they get a loan from us or come up with at least $6,000, they will have a $10,000 grant added onto the top of that, and we can do that for 50 people in our area over the next 2 years. And so kind of long story short is that someone that maybe was only looking at $6,000, $7,000 of repairs and bare necessities, they're gonna have $10,000 more of grant money, and so that kind of opens up a whole new array of opportunities that maybe I can fix my front porch, or maybe I can have my house painted. So we're really excited to announce that. I think that can do some good things. But we know on a rehab loan program that we need to do more to get people to do exterior repairs and do things that promote good curb appeal. On the greater mission impact, that, you know, I think just kind of one thing there, well, an important thing is, I'm skipping down because I know time's going fast, but on the mobile home repair loan program, that we get a lot of people that come to us that, you know, they have a leaky roof at their mobile home, or their furnace is broken, or their water heater needs replaced. And up till now, we haven't had a loan program to help, or any kind of a program to help folks with that. And you may remember last month when the CDBG allocation was authorized, that the city threw in, through CDBG, $30,000 toward a pilot program, and we're bringing money to the table too. And so what we're doing this year, starting in April, is a pilot program where we can help some of these folks that come to us that own mobile homes and they can't get a loan because it's not a mortgage. You can't get a mortgage on your mobile home because it's not real property, I guess, there. And so we have a tool that we're trying, kind of a pilot program, because in the community, a lot of times our very lowest income folks live in mobile homes, and we've not had a program there where we can assist. And then another thing is that last item, an affordable small dollar loan program, that we're taking steps to start that this year. And what that is that will be, it's not a loan for your home, but it's a home upwards of $1,000 at an 18% interest rate spread out over 12 months. And we got some grant money from the Treasury Department through our CDFI grant to kind of start a project like this. And in the community, that a lot of people that are coming into NeighborWorks Pocatello, they're tied down with that payday lending debt. And when you look at the payday lending programs that are out there, once you add in the fees and you look at the overall APR, it's pretty typical or not untypical to have like a 300 or 400% annual interest rate. And so through a payroll deduction program, we would have to sign up employers for this, that if they do sign up, that we would allow through the payroll deduction, if the employer allows that, for employees to take out a loan up to $1,000 at that 18% interest. And with that we're pretty good with the home buyer education and the financial counseling. And so a lot of folks that are needing this service have issues with their credit, and we're going to offer our assistance along with that. And maybe at the end, if you have any more questions, I can answer for that. And then kind of the last couple sections on the financial stability there, that, you know, explore more different kinds of funding sources. And we just finished up our Avenues for Hope Housing Challenge, and that was a program, you may have heard it in the news, where 50 nonprofits throughout the state, housing nonprofits, took part. And NeighborWorks Pocatello was the second highest in the number of donations category. And we raised $30,000 from that. So we're working hard to get other sources of revenue and not depending on those government grants. And on the CRA program that banks have to adhere to, that's an important part of our revenue source as well. So many of the private banks, really through their CRA, Community Reinvestment Program, they they have grant money available for groups like us that help low-income populations and help revitalize the community. And so our kind of private contribution category in our $500,000 budget is $80,000. And so $80,000 comes in from private kind of banks and fundraisers there. I feel compelled to tell you that, like with Blackfoot and some of the outlying areas, that we have talked to them this past year about possibly offering some of our services, that already in the surrounding area and the surrounding counties of southeast Idaho, we do offer all of our counseling and education services. But outside of Pocatello, we've never really had many building efforts or home improvement loan programs and so we are, if it is feasible to us, that some of the outside communities, that if they want us to come in and start a home improvement loan program or build a few houses, or maybe a multifamily rental facility, that we are open to that. And when we've talked to these surrounding communities, that we've told them that in Pocatello, we work there because we get CDBG funds, and the city does some different things for us. We're not going to move into your community without some skin in the game from you. So we won't. If we do that, we won't be just automatically moving in. We've got to have some buy-in and kind of money at the table from the other communities. None of them have progressed yet to where we are going to be building houses or anything like that, but we're just kind of in the talking stages, and Blackfoot and American Falls seem a little bit interested in what we're doing. And then in regard to financial stability in our houses, that kind of a question for the council, that right now when we have a property development agreement with you, when we get one of those lots through CDBG funds, that there is a provision in our property development agreement that we always have to build a basement, every time that CDBG money touches the project. And I think in some cases, or we think in some cases, or a lot of cases, that basements are good, but there's a different demographic. Over the last 25 years, things have evolved. And over on Grace, on the 700 block of Grace, we built a couple of houses there this year, and they're just single level with a crawl space, no basement. And we made it a 3-bedroom house rather than a 2-bedroom like we traditionally do, but no basement, and then the laundry upstairs, easy accessibility. And so I think there's a need in our community that a lot of older people buy our houses. It's not all just those young and upcoming families that need the basements there. And so just kind of your input, or I guess a request from us, that in the future when we have the property development agreements, that do we need to, is it absolutely necessary that we build basements on every one? And maybe that's a different conversation, but I wanted to float that out there. And then other than that, just the board of director development is always big for us, that we have a good, strong, dedicated board, and we're going to continue that. And our board is made up of nearly half residents right now, residents of our targeted lower income neighborhoods, and we expect to continue that, to have those high numbers. But then in our bylaws, that what's happened is a lot of our board members have retired this past year, and we don't want to lose them. We want to keep them as board members, but we're kind of losing out on the, they used to work for banks and title companies, and we don't want to lose that contact. We still want the retiree, but we had to tweak our bylaws to kind of allow for more of that, for more business sector population to be there. And on our board, we always appreciate the having the liaison from the council, and it has been Heidi for the last couple years, and we've really appreciated that, and that brings extra things to the table there. So that's a really quick overview of our strategic plan. I can answer any questions you might have.
Question?
Mark, you talked about that down payment assistance program when you first started talking. How long is repayment of that deferred?
Yeah, that one's like 10 years, right?
Well, the
On
down
the-
payment assistance.
Yeah, on just the tradition, you mean like that Project Reinvest one?
Yeah.
It was that they don't have to pay it back till they sell the house.
Okay.
It just sits there in the deferral.
Okay. And then one other thing, are NeighborWorks Pocatello services available outside of your 6 targeted neighborhoods?
Yeah, all our counseling and citywide, that's a good question. Citywide, that we will do pretty much anything, that we'll do like those home improvement loans that we talked about. We're building more houses kind of outside our targeted areas. So citywide, pretty much everything now. And then on the counseling and education, all of Southeast Idaho is our footprint. right
So
now.
your tool library, your party trailer, your loans, those are available citywide?
Yes, yeah, yep.
Any other
I can
questions?
come- I appreciate your looking into expanding or reconfiguring your neighborhoods. I think that there's an aging population that makes things change.
Yeah,
And, you know, my neighborhood, for example, when we moved in there 27 years ago, more, there were lots of kids in our neighborhood. Now there are very few. And I think that, you know, people get different places in their life, and probably there's some neighborhoods that need to be targeted because they've kind of aged out, and to revitalize them, we need some help there. Second, having worked with Habitat for Humanity, I understand the basement issue, because that's a requirement that's a little bit biased, because you're really saying we can build a house, but we have to build it to accommodate somebody that's younger, not somebody that's challenged by having to access a flight of stairs. So I would be willing to at least entertain discussion on that. The last thing I had was I noted the reverse mortgage.
yeah,
That's probably something that's more, it's a developing trend, because I know that in nonprofit efforts to get people to donate, and houses are one of the things people often donate, people were often hard put to see how they wouldn't pass that along to their descendants. And so, do you have any comment what's going on with our aging population, that they're, in terms of maybe giving up on a nest egg they pass on versus one that they access for themselves?
yeah.
Do you want me to address that?
Sure.
Okay. One thing that was seen is with the reverse mortgages is they're not for everybody. And that's why the counseling's so critical. What was seen most frequently with reverse mortgages are people that are on the borderline, maybe can't really afford the house that they're in. And so they may have a mortgage on it. The reverse mortgages may pay off that mortgage, and so they eliminate a house payment. The reverse mortgage tends to work for people that are lower income and in somewhat dire financial positions. And if they're used properly, what they'll tend to do is keep people in their houses longer.
Any other questions, Council?
I just wanted to thank you for all that you do. This is really important in our city.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we have like 7 committees and a 13-member board of directors that really the whole community should be applauded. They're got great partners.
Super. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your report. Move on to agenda item number 3 is city employee pay equity update. Human resources staff will present an update regarding current employee pay equity within the city.
Is this a small tree?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know this is more paper heavy than normal. When we put the spreadsheets up on the screens, you'll be happy for the people in front of you.
Yes. So I'm Lynette Sampson. I'm the compensation specialist in human resources. So this is all about my job. So there's a lot of data here. And I'm with Heather Buchanan, who is the human resources director. We're just going to do a brief presentation on current employee compensation. This covers all of our employees, police, fire, police civilians, fire civilians, and general employees, which is everybody except police and fire. So we're going to start our presentations with a review of what the pay scale changes look like and what the gross pay impact has been. The city did move to a market-based plan in 2018, and so we'll do a brief review of that. This review is meant to show you how we do internal equity and how market comparison works. And then we need to discuss the total compensation, which includes your hourly rate plus your benefits. So with the adoption of the hybrid pay plan in FY18, the city shifted focus from a COLA-based pay structure to a market-based pay plan. And the market-based pay plan, depends on two primary factors, market analysis and internal equity. So we're going to look at where we were, where we currently are. We're going to review the pay structures the city currently has, and then kind of get an idea of where we're going. So the city's old compensation plan included longevity. And so all employees who reached or completed their 5th year received an additional longevity pay on every pay period for their time here at the city. When we shifted off the old pay plan, general employees and police eliminated longevity. Fire are the only departments still on the longevity plan, and their longevity is factored on a 2204.9815 times years of service on each pay period. And then this increase with every increment.
That doesn't make sense to me. You need to explain that a little bit more for me.
The longevity?
The 204.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this is a factor that's outlined in their CBA. Their collective bargaining agreement shows a base that will be used to determine their longevity. This number is increased from 1% from what is in the CBA because they did receive a 1% increase for FY19. That 1% increase impacts longevity as well as all ad pays that the fire department receives. So you take that number times 0.5% times years of service, and that is what every fire employee receives in addition to their base wage every pay period. Does that make sense?
No.
Right.
No. I can,
Where does that figure come from, I guess?
it's been in the contract.
Okay.
We'll show you what the impact is when you see real numbers. This is just kind of the theoretical, this is what's written down, so we apply a part.
And I have all kinds of data. If you want to see all fire wages broken down, it's just not in the presentation today, but I do have it.
In preparing for today, I was 100% with you until that number. And I've been
And you didn't
confused
know?
ever since, all the way through.
So when we look at police employees, both sworn and civilian employees in FY17 gave up longevity. They offered to be the pilot group to remove the longevity, but the longevity that they had was added to their base rate to become their new hourly rate. We wanted more transparency on what people actually make, so longevity skewed that number because it wasn't reflected in their hourly rate. But now for police and police civilians and general employees, it is. When sworn officers gave up their had their longevity rolled into their hourly rate, they moved on to a new pay scale. When police civilians gave up the longevity, their longevity was frozen at what they received in FY17, and it was listed as an ad pay, but they remained on the city's structure that was in place at the time, but they did not receive the increase for longevity that general employees, police and fire did for FY17. This is really complex. So general employees and police civilians, as I said, we took their hourly rate and longevity, and they were moved onto the hybrid pay plan at the next highest step to where those two numbers combined were. The hybrid pay plan was developed by BDPA in 2015, When council adopted the pay plan, we did increase it by 1.9% because the numbers were developed in 2015. So we increased the table by 1.9 to kind of bring it more in line with what market was at the time. All the positions were reclassified into new pay grades. We used to have 36 different pay grades. We now have 19. And then we started discussing hourly rate, longevity, and total and benefits as your total compensation package of the city. Fire department employees did not participate in the BDPA compensation study. Part of that compensation study was the development of new job descriptions, and the fire department still uses theirs. Some are from the 1990s and some are from the early 2000s. They remain on the old pay chart. All fire employees, including the ones that are hired right now, automatically go to step 10 of the old pay plan. Everybody else starts generally at step 1, and then you progress through the years. Fire moved automatically to step 10. They received no increase to their base in FY18, but they did move on to their own insurance plan. And in FY19, they did receive a 1% increase to base, which affected longevity and all the ad pays that they received. So the city currently has 3 different pay structures for full-time employees. We have the police sworn, the general employees that includes police civilians, and then the fire department employees who are on the old pay plan. So this is what the police department pay scales look like. In FY17, that's the one at the top, and then the FY18 one, and the FY18 one is the current one. There was no adjustment to their table for FY19. And then the nationwide trend is caused difficulties recruiting and retaining qualified police officers. We developed these 2 pay structures to try to bring the market or the pay for police officers up more to market to make us more competitive so that we can attract those police officers that might go somewhere else because they pay more money. This is the city's pay structure. This is the hybrid pay plan, and it's really long. So you don't have this slide, but I can get this particular table. But all city employees were granted a 1-step move for FY19. If you were in steps 1 through 5, that 1-step move was 3.25%. If you were after step 6, it was a 0.5% increase. Police civilians did negotiate a 2-step increase for FY19 since they were frozen in FY17. That was a 1-year negotiation only.
So you want this sheet now?
That sheet will show you when we went on to the hybrid pay plan, council decided to go as a wage-based move. So this was taking their total hourly rate plus their longevity and took them to the next highest step. We couldn't afford a longevity base or a time with the city-based move. It was too expensive. So you will see that 229 city employees are not yet at the market because most employees moved on at step 1. So 28 employees are currently at market. This does not include sworn police because their steps are different, and it does not include fire. And then 94 employees, general employees, are above the market. Any questions about that?
So this is a breakdown by each department itself, so you can see how each department is faring.
Explain that a little bit more.
Okay. So in the hybrid pay plan, steps 1 through 5 are below market. 6 is the market number. And we have 229 employees below the market number. They're progressing towards market with the 1-step move that most employees received, then it took them to step 2. So they're 3.25% closer to market. And then 28 employees are currently at market in FY19. What other questions do you have about that?
We tortured department heads with this yesterday, and we've improved upon the presentation, but it still needs interaction.
So this is just an assessment of our departments, but if we only have 19 pay areas, why do we have more on here?
Oh, so 99 is when we came onto the hybrid scale, we have 2 employees who are beyond their market. So 99 represents them. They will not receive an increase, and they haven't until the market,
Okay.
until the scale adjusts and brings them in line with their pay scale.
And Councilman Bray, we have 19 pay grade groups and we have 36 steps. So that's
why there's more.
So you would
numbers.
see 36 steps to progress through. After market, the 0.5% increments were basically built for either pay for performance and to ensure that employees basically didn't receive less than what longevity had been. We just were making it transparent.
How's market determined?
So market is based off of the study done by BDPA. I can tell you right now, we are at least 2 years behind on what our table should be. We should be taking CPI each year. We're probably closer to 3. Market is not an exact number that I can define for you. Sorry, you're gonna see me again in a couple of months asking for money because we have to change compensation outside vendors. The new vendor will adjust what our tables look like because it's a nationwide group and you can pick it by data, you can build it by municipality, that sort of thing. So that number is constantly shifting. If you take our job descriptions and compare them to Idaho Falls or Twin, our market numbers are not going to be the same. It's built for each city. They took in a lot of factors, local, they look kind of at housing, competitive. It's not an exact science on it. And I don't have all of the data built on it.
So you're doing a nationwide comparison or a regional comparison?
We can do it either way when we change vendors. Some positions we have to look at nationwide, some we can definitely look at regional. Right now ours is basically Pocatello centric.
So in essence, what you're saying is market is we're actually 2 years behind market. So we have more employees who are behind the market than what this
Yes.
data indicates.
Yes.
Okay, so the last structure that the city has is the fire department employees. Their contract defines all of their pay based on bi-weekly amounts, but in order to do comparison, I did convert that into an hourly rate. That's just taking their bi-weekly divided by 112 for the people who work shift work, because that's how many hours that they work in a 2-week period. And then for purposes of going forward in the presentation, fire hourly rate includes their base plus their longevity. It does not include their holiday, but I put it on here. But it also includes step-up pay. So the way it works in the fire department is if you test for promotion, let's say you are a firefighter and you test for promotion for a driver operator, as long as you place on the list, the eligibility list for driver operator, you receive that step-up pay every pay period, regardless of whether you work in that capacity. It works for positions for driver operator up to captain, so you will see that number if they're receiving it in their base wage, because that is what they are receiving for pay. In addition to the longevity that the fire department receives, paramedic individuals also receive an additional longevity after 2 years being a paramedic, and that builds up to 13%. I do not have that on this particular slide or this presentation. I can get it to you. So longevity will range from $55.14 per pay period, which is 49 cents an hour for shift employees, to $275.64 a pay period, which is $2.46 an hour for, I believe that's shift 56 hour. It will be more for the 40-hour people because they work 40 hours instead of 56 in a week. It's a lot of information, and I apologize if you're lost. So your next spreadsheet you're going to want to look at is internal equity. Spreadsheet 1, which is our insurance. So when you talk about total compensation, you have to factor in insurance. This particular slide shows the employee costs per month from FY 17, 18, and 19. And you'll see in the first part, these are people on the city's provided insurance plan. And then the second grouping, those are the Northwest Firefighter Trust, the plan that the fire department is on. The fire department pays nothing for their premiums as an employee. City employees currently pay, this first column, $30.66 for an individual, and then the family is $272.22 a month. So you have to factor these numbers into your total compensation because that makes an impact. So although the fire department did not receive an increase to base in FY18, they started paying nothing for their insurance, which is in effect a raise because they're taking home more money than general employees who then have to pay for their insurance. So the spreadsheet number 2 is an internal equity analysis of 3 different groups. So the white lines are general employees, blue are police, and red is fire. So these positions are grouped. So H6 are administrative assistants as general employees. These positions do the same function in their department as a police support specialist and at the fire secretary. So I've looked at these different groupings between the 3 different types of employees to show you what the employees look like compared to each other. These are actual people, and so I tried to show you similarly placed people based on time with the city. So these first 2 administrative assistants have been with the city for 2 years, and the fire secretary has been here under 2 months. And you will see that the police support specialist on the side, the total compensation change, this takes into consideration their base rate for 2019 minus the value or what they're paying for insurance per month to their adjusted hourly rate. And then the police support specialist did receive 2 steps. And since it's a 20% increase, what that tells me is that this person was in the first 5 steps. So their increase for those 2 steps was 6.5%. Instead of, if there were 2 steps, if they were past market, it would have been a percent. Do you have any questions about that? When we were meeting with fire talking about our compensation, where we're going to head with them, they wanted to know how their civilian staff lined up with the general employees. So that's why this slide was built. And then their EBT tech is just like our mechanics and other departments, and you will see that position where that EBT fits compared to other mechanics in the city. Any questions about that slide? Nope.
Okay.
So now we're going to really get into some other graphs here. This next slide you'll see is a lot of information. So what I did was I pulled employees who have been here similar amounts of time with the city in different groupings from 6 to 7 years up to 25 to 26 years. And then I took them based on their insurance type. And then I show you on this slide what their base is and what their actual gross was for years 18, 17, and 16. So you'll see for this first employee, who was a first-class firefighter, his base in 2017 was $48,176. That's just his base wage times 2912. But what he actually made was $60,600. So you'll see what this sheet will show you in a really simple way is the departments that have overtime money, because they will make a lot of money in overtime in some departments, and some departments with tight budgets, even their hourly rate people will make almost exactly what their base is. And then if you slide over all the way on that one, it shows you what how their insurance has changed over the last few years, and then what their adjusted pay is, taking into consideration what the employees pay for insurance. And then all the way over at the far right, you'll see that first line is going to show you how their base rate increased, and then on the bottom you'll see what their actual rate change was. Now, some of these went down for their actual rate because they worked less overtime, not because they got a cut. They just worked less overtime from 16 to 18. Any questions about that one?
You are amazing.
Oh, thank you. It's been a lot of work.
We expect you'll have more questions after you've had a chance to look at the spreadsheets, and we can send them out electronically. But we needed to start this conversation before we launch into budgeting and negotiations.
So then the next slide that you'll see is, where did you say gross? This is going to be gross wages.
Finance helped us, they ran the reports on this, and we just changed the colors a little. It's basically a breakdown by fiscal year, and we left it by fiscal year so that we didn't take into account when raises would go into effect, because that makes it a little bit harder to read. So it's your stapled packet at the end here. So you have pivot tables at the front that show you the last 3 years by department, the top 100 paid employees in the city. So in 16, like the airport had 1, fire had 46, legal had 4, police had 29, and it takes you across the board there.
Keeping in mind that the fire department has 86 total employees, the police department has approximately 123 total employees. So almost half of the fire department is in the top 100 at their current rates. And then police is has a couple less.
Police has 123.
Yeah. So this is what it looks like in color.
And this is a breakdown for 16. So we've taken names out.
And we've taken that retirement payout, so this isn't skewed if they receive large payouts for retirement.
So we give you department, title, what their gross was, if they were hourly or exempt. We indicated the department heads for you, and if a degree is required for the position.
So this is the top 100 for 16.
The green to be
He's
marked
the
as
mayor.
the mayor.
So you had 46 fire department employees and 29 police department employees in the top 100 in 2017 or 2016. This is 2017. So in 2017, you had 43 fire department employees and 33 police department employees in the top 100. And then FY18, the year we just finished. We have 42 fire department employees and 33 police department employees. Any questions about those particular slides?
Interesting slide.
It is. I had gender calculated on it, but I didn't have the minority information, so I didn't present that. If you're interested in it, I can gather that as well.
Questions on that, Councilman?
So we're here to show you exactly where the employees fall right now, all employees, because we advocate for all departments. We're one city, we all work for the same entity, so we wanted to show you where everybody was right now. And then we need to talk about where we're headed. Police and fire, we expect them to open negotiations within the next 4 to 6 weeks. We want to show you where they are currently. And I can tell you the national trend, including the trend in Idaho, has been police are receiving substantial increases because it is so hard to get them and to keep them. Meridian, I don't know if you all heard, granted that really large raise to their police departments. Coeur d'Alene, which is an entity I use for market analysis, they did grant a 2.5% increase to their general employees and their fire this year. Their beginning police officers, or people in the classification of police officers, received a 10% increase. Sergeant, lieutenant, and captain received a 34% increase, and then their police chief received a 12%. So this is the trend with police department. Fire department, we're currently working with, or we were working with the union to talk about compensation. We can't agree on exactly what we think the market shows versus what they think the market shows. I can tell you that based on the analysis I've done, paramedics are paid just fine. They're right in line with the market, but everybody's based on the starting wage. So going forward, we will have to do some adjustments there. And then we will be bringing forward a FY18 market adjustment, probably at CPI. And then
Next fiscal year.
yeah, for FY 2020. And as we move forward, I do the recruitment for the city as well. I work really hard to get people to apply to be a police officer. I do presentations at ISU. I send out the information throughout Idaho, Montana, Utah, and some places in Oregon and Washington, trying to attract people to come here. We do have a lateral program where existing people who are post-certified in their state can lateral in. We start that with 3 years experience, so they come in as a first-class police officer, at least as step one. And we have a hard time with our technical positions. Unfortunately, the pay scale we use, or the pay plan, when we reduced from 36 into 19 different grades, it moved positions into, okay, let's see how I can explain this easiest. The pump and instrumentation tech at WPC. For the last 2 hires we've made for that position, it has been an ISU student, and we have worked with ISU and the student to be able to have that person work for WPC while they finish school. This particular program, if you graduate from ISU, you can go on to the private market at $43 an hour. We just reclassified this position and bumped it up a step to $24.03 to start. It can't go any higher because the supervisor of that position is in the exact next step or pay grade. So we don't have a lot of movement with our technical positions. We do have some, like pump and purification tech. This position has been open since July. I know Justin has second round interviews with 2 people tomorrow. So we're hopeful there. Senior equipment operators are extremely difficult to recruit, but that's because construction is booming. So where we would normally pull people from, we just can't compete with the private market, except for retirement, but a lot of these people don't see that as impactful right now. So that's
You've had
all.
several positions open, advertised for a long time.
Long time.
Any applications coming at all?
We do. We don't have qualified applicants. That's the problem. And that's these positions right here. That's all I have. Any questions? If you want to see my slides or come in for any other help, I have like 20 or 30 different tabs if you want to look at any of those.
We're data geeks.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow.
It is.
It is overwhelming. It's going to take a minute for us to digest all
I'm
this.
just
And
so
thanks
fair.
to the managers who've now sat through it twice.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Then we'll move to agenda item 4, proposed implementation of certification incentives. City staff will provide information to implement a proposed incentive program for water and water pollution control certifications that employees hold above their requirements of the position they hold. This proposal was developed with the input of the city's water superintendent, water pollution control superintendent, and public works director.
Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director.
Jeff Mansfield, Public Works Director, City Engineer. Justin Armstrong, Water Superintendent.
Levi Adams, WPC Superintendent.
Hi. We're here to talk about possible implementation of an incentive program for licenses above the requirements of positions that employees hold in water and water pollution control. The water department, they currently have positions that they have this many positions that require this certificate. And then they have employees who hold above the requirements of the position. We want to pay an incentive for employees who hold a certificate beyond what is required for their position.
Who issues these certifications?
That's the Idaho Bureau of Occupational Licenses.
I see. Okay, thank you.
And all of our employees are required to maintain a level 1 certification as a base knowledge of operating within a water system. There's 4 levels of certification that are all based on education and experience and other things. And currently the state's numbers are very low for higher level certifications, and there's actually going to be an operating shortage within both water and wastewater, meaning that over 60% of the current operators are 45 and older that hold those certifications. And so as they retire, they're losing a lot of experience, and it takes a lot of experience and education to obtain those higher levels. And based on experience as well, you can replace years of education with experience and graduate up to those higher levels of certification.
So there are actual classes that are taken to get certification and testing?
It's a state licensure exam that they must take and pass, and they must meet the education and experience requirements to obtain that, to be qualified to even take the test.
And that education comes from taking classes?
Yes, part of that's in classes, and then part of it's as well as experience operating under a classified public water utility or wastewater utility. Based on the size of our utilities, we require a Class 4 certification, being a responsible charge operator that's assigned for our specific size of operation for our water system. And so a lot of our supervisors must hold those higher levels of certification. The problem is we've got supervisors that are within 3 years of retirement, and most of our operators are down at a level 1. And without an incentive, there's not much for them because of the additional studying time and other things to offer them to want to take those exams. It's somewhat of an empty promise for them.
And if I could touch on the training a little bit, there are some classes that are offered, but it's not, you can't go to a class and take the test. The majority of the studying and the learning to take those exams are done on their own.
So how do the certifications work? I mean, is it kind of like linear, so you get one and then you get the next and then you get the next, or are there a whole bunch of different areas that you can get them in and they're not necessarily?
The state's recently reevaluated the process to look at the experience and trying to kind of graduate people up to higher levels and take the exam. Typically, you have to work for a utility for at least 1 year under that responsibility prior to even taking the exam. Department of Labor, as well as Idaho Bureau of Occupational Licenses, they've recently just established an apprenticeship program because of the shortfall of operators within the state. We don't have any apprenticeship positions. We're trying to hire full-time employees that will be vested in our operation and other things. And so we felt that this was an incentive that we could offer our existing employees to kind of promote advancement opportunities to them, and so that they could be better eligible for these roles and responsibilities as they become open.
And they don't necessarily translate. For instance, at the WPC, we have 3 different licenses. There's a treatment license, there's a collections license, and there's also a lab license. So if you have the experience and knowledge to get your treatment license, that doesn't necessarily correlate to being able to take and pass any of the other 2 licenses.
So I see how the incentive goes up quite a bit. So rather than somebody getting level 1 in every different area, it's better for them to
Yeah,
get
if
to
you
those
have
higher levels that you're looking
Yeah.
for then?
If you
Okay.
have a level 1 in collections, you cannot take a level 2 in treatment.
Okay.
You move up through that. You have to start at the beginning for each of the different licenses. There are a few employees that have dual licenses. I have some employees that have treatment license as well as collections licenses.
Let's take an example scenario. Let's say the water department, one of the supervisors for the water department is required to hold a class 4 operator's license. And one of those supervisors decides to retire. Now we're trying to fill that position. Number one, we can't find anybody out, that doesn't work for the city that has a level 4 that's wanting to come into the city. And then none of the other employees that would be eligible for that are eligible because they don't have a level 4 operator's license. They have a 1 or a 2, and they haven't really taken those efforts to get their certification. And so as an incentive, we're trying to encourage people to get those higher level licenses so that when these positions open up, we have candidates that can fill them.
Where would people come from to apply for these positions outside of the city staff already?
Typically, there are other municipalities. For the example that Jeff brought up as well, I mean, if you had an opening where you didn't have that level of certification, then you would be required to contract with somebody and look at operators around the state that hold that particular license that then you would have to contract with and pay a certain fee or other things. So this is investing in our existing employees. And we feel like it's important. WPC has kind of a graduation program with a lot of their collection operators that graduates them. I believe it's through a class 3. The water department, where we have so many different job classifications within our department, it's very difficult to do that graduated level based on certification. So we felt that this might solve that issue.
This licensure issue, just for the council, at an AIC meeting this fall, it was heavily discussed, and the legislature is looking at possibly doing something to address this issue. There are a lot of small cities across the state. They're contracting with other towns to get this licensure in place. It's a huge problem.
So in our state government right now, is this position that Kelly Packer was just appointed to?
Yes.
I think so, but I'm not sure if this is her area or not.
She's over all the
She's
license.
overall.
Yeah, she's the bureau chief over the Department of
Yeah.
Licensure. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
So we have estimated costs this listed for implementation if we did it with the next budget year. WPC, it's obviously a higher first year cost. You have 2 level 4 and 2 level 1, and then it cuts in half for the second year. And water would be $13,000, and then for the next year it'd be the $6,500.
That's assuming no one else qualifies.
That's assuming no one else qualifies. We would pay it on the last pay in August, no exceptions, so you have to work here and be here to get that. We went late in the fiscal year, for budget purposes, but not so late in the year that we're in the September scramble. It's basically an incentive for employees to advance themselves, and then it helps the city out because when it comes time to pick the next supervisor or manager in that area, you have multiple applicants who are qualified for the position and already have the training required.
I'm sold. I'm ready to move forward with this because we've got good water, we've got great pollution control, and I think we need to keep our people and reward them for their preparation.
So a couple things I'm curious with. We're assuming that the people that go through these programs and get paid that extra are going to apply for the next. We don't know that. And we can't force them to apply because we're paying them this. And my experience over the last years at the city, there are some people that are happy to get the certifications and stuff, but they just don't want to be the ones in charge.
They're smart.
And so I'm curious if there's any guarantees tied to this that we will have, that they'll apply. Because I could see everybody, and this is an extreme, you could almost see everybody in the departments work up to that level 4. I mean, I'm getting an extra $1,500 a year. That's a great deal. The city's paid for my training. They paid for all of this stuff, the certifications and all of that. But I don't want any part of that responsibility. I just want the dollars. And so are we going to see I'm assuming you will see a correlation there, that we will have people. Because believe me, I've been sitting in the room with you guys saying, all right, how do we get people to apply and what do we do? And so I think this is a reasonable step forward to fix that issue, but are there any?
There's no guarantee that this will help with management hiring. It will guarantee that you have a better trained staff.
Has this been run by employees?
It's been discussed. Employees have actually brought it to my attention because of, they've seen WPC's collection operators and they've questioned why we don't have something internally. And I know Levi's had the same thing on his level 4s after that graduation from a level 3 to a level 4. Some of them, it's a very rigorous process, and the pass-fail rate is actually.
I think level 4s right now is about 20% pass rate.
It's a tough thing.
It's a very tough, rigorous process. There's a lot of studying. There's a lot of things on the exam, and we do pay for the exam, and we pay for the maintenance of their licensure on an annual basis. But this is just something added to that program to offer. My experience, to address your question, Mayor, is, I've got several employees that are looking to potentially fill those supervisory roles, and they're asking me what they can do to better advance. And so they're currently looking to obtain additional licensure. And so I personally am not seeing that problem within our department. There are certain people that, they may hold the license,
sure,
but they don't want the responsibility. But this is a higher level of training and opportunities so that we can, have highly qualified staff as well. So.
Well, and just to sum up, the people that are going to really truly go after these are probably the ones that really do want to take that leadership, and our hope is to be able to recruit from within, not look outside. And so this isn't a bad concept. Heather, do we know of others other than water and WPC throughout the city that have certifications that help the city, but they're not compensated for it? And should we be looking at all the way across the board at it?
We do need to look at licensures in other positions. Most other positions, if it's a licensure that we need, it's already built into the job description. Theirs is a progression. The technical aspect of what they do, you can't get the training anywhere but basically within the departments. If I have a CPA that I don't need a CPA in the position, then we're probably not getting a benefit beyond what we need, or we would have reclassified the position to pay for it as a CPA, for example. You're not going to pay the HR director more if I go get my CPA.
No,
Lord
but
help us if we go there.
But if you're in finance,
But if you're in
though, and you
finance-
have a CPA, but it isn't required for that position that you hold.
But if you were in finance and you got a CPA and we had a need of another CPA, we would then reclassify the position to that requirement. I have 4 members of HR that have a master's degree, but none of us are paid for it. But I can guarantee it makes us better at our jobs. But is it something that HR necessarily needs?
Some other areas that Tom just pointed out to me would be like, the electricians at the street department. You got an herbicide guy over there. You've got your mechanics that are coming up with the fleet department that, possibly we need to look at them based on, what qualifications and certifications they have. So those might be a couple of other areas that we need to look at as well.
I'm supportive of this idea, but I think we need to look through the city and find out really truly what it really looks like.
We just had to start somewhere.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I can't really do
it's-
fleet right now because we're still molding fleet. So if I wait till that's done, we're gonna be too far into the budget process to put this in for water and wastewater. Sorry, water pollution control.
Sure.
We got supervisors that are probably a few years away from retiring in the water department.
Yeah, between 2 to 3 years.
So there is some urgency here in getting this in place. And try to get these guys bumped up and get their certifications.
How long does it take to get a certification? You said it's rigorous.
It depends on the current education, post-education that you have. If you don't have certain education, there's a 1.5 year-to-year ratio based on that. So there's replacement of experience in lieu of education.
The last time we figured it out, if you started off with 0 college credits, it would take you a minimum of 12 years to be able to even apply to take your test for a class 4.
I have a couple questions. How hard is it between the levels? Like, is it easier to go between 1 and 2 and like between 3 and 4? It's a lot harder, or, you know what I mean? Or is it like pretty much just the time invested and you have to do it and it's somewhat equal? Or is there a chance people get up to 2 and 3 and then they're like, no?
I wouldn't say it's exponentially harder, but it does get a lot more difficult. The pass rate on the class 1 and the class 2 licenses is quite a bit higher. And then when you get into 3 and 4, the pass rate really, really drops. Like I said, the class 4 pass rate just quoted as at 20%. As
So
compared to
should
probably
4 be a higher incentive and maybe 2 and 3 be lower to kind of push towards that? I don't know, like where'd you come up with the?
Problem is I can't analyze anything without anything in place. So yeah, I can make it higher, but I don't know if it's actually like what that number needs to be. This is a starting point with a review in a year to see if it's actually incentivized anyone to move forward, or in a couple of years. Yeah, that number is flexible. We were just trying not to break the bank as we start out of this.
Yeah.
Because I figured the next question would be, what are we going to do for the rest of the city with these?
And at your level 3s and 4s, you have to be designated as a responsible charge operator to be able to take that licensure as well. What that means is you have to be in charge, almost at a supervisory or leadership role, leading a crew of others in specific responsibilities for that water utility. Things like a lead plumber. They're responsible for the oversight of the repair, as well as the proper disinfection and bringing that service back into drinking water standards. And so they're leading an equipment operator and 2 other laborers that allow them to be designated as that responsible charge.
Is a certificate 2 employee worth 4 times as much as a certificate 1?
Well, the 1 requirement is for all employees. So basically, all of our employees wouldn't be paid at that certification level because it's a requirement of their current position. But if they chose to go above and beyond to a level 2 to further advance themselves, that's where that other incentive kicks in.
It's a certification above the requirements of their position. So it can't be a minimum to do their job. It has to be something beyond what the requirements of their position are.
So we wouldn't pay an employee then a certificate 1 if it's a requirement of the job?
Not in water, but we would in wastewater, in WPC.
I have some maintenance employees that have gone, even though it doesn't require them to have those licenses, they've gone and gotten those entry-level licenses, which makes them more experienced and more understanding of the systems that they're working on. So it is an advantage to me to have them certified.
So, without knowing what every position gets paid off the top of my head, if somebody were like a lower level and they got all of the certifications up to 4, for example, what is the difference in their wage from their original position to if they were to be promoted? Like, is it enough difference that they are going to still want to apply? Or like the mayor said, is that, I mean, how much more are we talking for them to?
Any promotion you take is at least 5%, unless you're at like the end of the scale for general employees. Any promotion that means a pay grade increase, your minimum raise will be 5%.
Okay.
And we went with flat dollar amounts rather than percentages for ease of administration.
I think that makes sense.
So another.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Okay. Well, just to, I guess, play the devil's advocate for a second, you mentioned that there were some people who had already come to you, even without this in place, saying, hey, what can I do to get more certifications and be prepared for, future growth or future promotions? Is this the ticket, or is finding those people who are motivated, is that higher supervisory or, whatever wage enough to just make them think, oh, okay, I need to get these certifications to get that? I mean, to me, I would think that if you're looking down the road, you're going to realize, hey, if I invest this time in getting my certifications, it's going to way pay off for me. Do people just need to be told that, or is this the only way to get them to see that?
We've told them that. I think this just allows for the opportunity for one operator to be recognized for their achievements above another operator, even within the same classification level, for obtaining and going above and beyond the minimum requirement. And it doesn't necessarily guarantee that they're going to be, have the skill set and other things for that position. It just makes them more of a candidate that we could utilize and look for. I think you're going to see it both ways. You're going to have those employees that are highly driven, that are looking for educational opportunities on their own. We can't push certain employees, but this just allows, I guess, a carrot on a string that says, hey, there is something there for you if you have the desire to go above and beyond.
What about people that already have? Are there people that maybe already have like the level 2 and they're just not going beyond that? And then would you pay that to them anyway, or is it just for new people moving forward?
This is the current count of where employees sit right now.
Yeah, so
that's what we would pay right now.
So I believe we had 7 total out of our 42 employees that hold the certification level higher than their base requirement.
In both departments?
No, 4 in WPC, 7 in water.
It's on there for the other department.
So we would be paying the 7 right now, this amount?
Well, we said with a fiscal year 20 implementation,
Okay.
just so it could go into the budget build, unless the departments think they could absorb it for fiscal year 19 implementation.
And is it possible that if we decided to do this, and there are 7 right now, we could end up with 15 by the time we get to 2020 budget?
I don't know where everyone sits with the requirements for their testing, but yes, we'll probably see numbers increase.
Justin, Levi, what kind of an increase would we see probably?
Well, currently I've got 2 employees beyond this that are looking to obtain a higher level of certifications.
And they could do that within a year?
Yes.
Okay. Levi?
Right now, I don't believe I have anyone that would go within the next year, because the nearest candidate has their class 3, but they have to be there for a certain amount of time before they take their class 4. So at least probably a year and a half before you'd even be eligible to take his class 4.
So you had a couple to it. And
But if we're incentivizing, we're trying to inspire people to think past where they are right now.
And the problem with this incentivizing is it does take lead time to get to that incentive.
Yeah.
So even if we put it in place for next fiscal year, you probably won't see an increase for a year or two after that because people start realizing, oh, there is a little carrot I can get. I'm already putting the effort in. I just need to put the study time in at home. The training's been provided. I need the incentive to do it. Oh, look, there it is. Why we train them, they have to study at home. That's not something that we just carve huge chunks out of their workday for them to sit and review and material. They have to perform the functions of their job. So you wouldn't see an increase for probably 2 years, maybe 1.
Another question I had, you mentioned, well, this is a test, so we don't really know what the result is going to be. One thing that maybe gives me a little bit of pause is I know once you give something to somebody, it's really hard to take it away. So if it wasn't effective at all and nobody was really taking this and running with it and helping to solve the problem that you guys are having, what would be, would we just be stuck with it forever? Can there be a trial period?
If you had a water mainline foreman who had a class 2 drinking water, and we have one of those, and they promoted to the next position and it required a 3, or they have to get the 3 for the position. So we're not going to pay an incentive on that. We only pay the incentive as it continues to be something above the requirements of their position. So as they move up the scale, because they've got a certification, it's no longer an incentive because it's a requirement. So until they achieve the next level, they won't get the incentive again.
so the incentive is until they step up to that next spot.
If they stay in the same position and the requirements do not change, then they would continue to get that as long as we fund the program. The minute they change positions and there's new requirements, where their certification sits, you would then have to look at.
I'm assuming the step up from the one level to the next, though, the pay exceeds the.
It does.
So it would be a step up for them to do it, and it would be an incentive to still apply.
So what if everybody starts, they have to have level 1, like you said, just for an example. Let's say they all go get level 2, and then in order to get the next promotion, they have to have level 3, but no one does. Everyone just stays at 2 forever. That's like the kind of scenario I'm talking about. Is it still worthwhile to be paying that extra because it's more knowledge and certification, and even if it's not helping go higher up, is that still worth it, or is that potentially a problem?
To me, it's kind of the city's education policy applied to operators, if you think of it in that respect, because these guys can't go out and take college classes to learn about how to operate within a water system. And so you're advancing them based on their education and operating experience and continuing to progress there. So if you think of it in that respect, it's those dollars that could be utilized for continuing education are just applied on an operator basis. And so I don't see it as not working. I think it's going to work very well for those that are the go-getters and desiring to, move up the ladder. So.
Well, and it seems that even though you're going to have some people that are going to be the go-getters who are going to want to go further, and some people who don't, but even then, you've got a better trained workforce. Even if they choose to go to a 2 and not go beyond that, they've still improved themselves, and you benefit from that. So, but I guess to go back to Heidi's question, my understanding of one of your questions was about if you felt, if all of you felt that this program was not working, is it going to be possible to stop it, to take it away? Once you've started this kind of thing and somebody's in it at some point,
So
is it possible to end it?
There's a couple options there. One, we can say in 2 years we're going to review this program and decide if it needs to continue or if it's going to be eliminated. Secondly, based on what Councilwoman Adamson said, if you would like to say, you know, if you receive a level 2 certification, which is above what you need, you're able to continue that payment for 5 years. That's going to be manual tracking. I try to always stay away from manual tracking because it comes into human error. And then we have to explain why someone we missed 10 years ago is still getting something. Stuff like that does happen. So you're basically looking at kind of like a sunset clause on something like this. I can say we pay an education incentive in the police CBA that pays everyone who has a degree. Whether or not it's a requirement of the position, we pay for a degree, and there is no end cap on that.
If you did like a 5-year thing, though, that would incentivize people to, oh, if I want to keep getting, I better move up to level 3 then and not stay at 2, you know, right?
It would incentivize people to
Yeah, to go
take
to the
advantage
higher.
of it and to do it, I would think, and at least apply. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's a doable thing. I like the idea that, you know what, if no one takes advantage of it, then there's no sense in having it on the books. And if everybody takes advantage of it and it turns out that it's just not doing what we expect it to do, then I think it makes sense to talk about it in a couple years to see where it is and what it looks like. But I think it does it makes a lot of sense to look throughout the city too and find out what we have out there. I don't know. But, you know, I think this is a good starting place. But
And the city of Twin Falls has started a similar program for their operators that we're looking at.
How long have they been doing it?
I'm not sure.
I just wondered if it worked for them or.
Well, it depends on what the goal of the council is. When you say worked, what do you guys consider as worked?
that's true.
Better trained staff.
That's what I considered as well.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, you also want some people to move up into supervisory or management positions, but
And
to me, it works if you have a better trained staff overall.
Yeah.
And I think it helps us retain those that have those certifications that are higher instead of looking
They're less
go
likely to
somewhere
leave.
else. We're recognizing their higher achievements.
Yeah.
With this crisis in operators, are we training people to move to other places?
I haven't seen that out of our department, but
Well, and this would help to retain those people as well.
Right.
If they're getting this incentive bonus, they're going to recognize the value of staying here with the city.
I think that we're always training people to look other places. I don't think you can prevent that from happening. But
Some people will, but if you provide a better work environment, they're more likely to stay. Is that going to keep everybody? No, but
well, on the flip side of that, you could be sending the message out to other people that says, hey, if you got this level 3 class, you can get a bonus here and you'll be prepared to do more too. And so it might be helping bring some other people in too. So
How are other cities in the county meeting this demand? Lava or Downey or Income or McCammon or any
Most of
idea?
those communities don't have, well, they do have license operators, I guess, but yeah,
they
they're
don't have WP.
just trying to get people wherever they can and keep the people that they can. And
Are any of them contracting?
some of the smaller ones, some of your really small communities might have contracted operators.
Is there any incentive for the city of Pocatello to contract with those communities?
I haven't looked into that. It's something we can definitely explore. But I don't know that we have the manpower to do that.
And I don't want to take on the responsibility because in all honesty, it's, for example, City of Preston is short on operators. So right now, one of the retired operators from City of Pocatello is on contract with them. But that's his license and his responsibility if something goes wrong and he's not there. He's retired, he's just basically there on paper, and that's what they need. So I would strongly recommend to my employees not to do anything like that, because if something happens, that's on their license and they could lose their license. And if they lose their license, they essentially lose their employment here with the City of Pocatello as well.
And if the City of Pocatello were to contract with those other communities and they have a violation, then that could put the City of Pocatello, liable for those violations as well. And so I just don't know that it's necessarily a realm that we want to jump into.
okay.
I have one other question. Justin, you mentioned to think about this as sort of like the education benefit for operators. Does this complicate the issue of education versus training?
This is training, this is not education.
Right.
This is certifications for a job or a better way to do your job. There's no college, I mean, you can get a degree, but you still have to have years of experience and you still have to test. So all of those things are still held. I don't think it's tied to education, the education benefit at all.
So it doesn't cause any problems there. This is very clearly training and not education.
Yeah, and I apologize for bringing that up. I just was using that as a comparison.
Just in a way to think about it, and I understand that, but it made me wonder
No,
whether we're getting into...
No, please no.
Yeah.
The dollar is going to be higher if you do it to the whole.
Oh, yeah, if you went throughout the city and did this, I think the dollar amount's definitely higher, but I think that if you're looking at it, we give police step-up pay. This is kind of a step-up pay thing if as far as I'm concerned, you give it to fire, police. There's some people in the city that have a higher degree or a higher certification than what's needed. I think it definitely increases the wages or the number, but I think this is a good starting point. If we would like to do something like this, council, I think it's a good starting point to see what happens and see if it helps or if it hurts and go from there.
Are we going to call it a trial?
What?
Are we going to call it a trial program?
Well, I think that if the council, your desire says, let's revisit it in 2 years and see how it works, then I think that's telling me it's a trial basis, but it might be, it will leave.
It might be hard to tell how it works if one of the objectives is to be able to get people to apply for positions when they're retired.
It's a benefit.
That's
It's
true.
not an objective.
You're right, that's right.
If you're not retiring for 3 or 4 years, and you really don't know if that is the outcome.
Yeah.
So I guess from council, we need to know, are you interested in program? If so, for what sort of implementation? Do you want an end clause, like you can only get it for so many years?
Justin and Levi, we just started a rate study again. Have you included this? Have you spoke to the
We have not. We're in
group?
very preliminary stages
Sure,
of it,
yeah.
but it's something that we could include if you guys are open to the concept. And
I think you ought to do it for 5 years, because I think you need to get it out there. It needs to be talked about. It needs to be worked on, and you need to have the attrition that allows for you to monitor it. So I would think that 5 years out, you take a review and see how it's performed.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we bring this forward into the budgeting process for fiscal year 2020 for a term of 3 years.
And then what sort of criteria would council need to prove that it works?
I would feel better if it had some kind of thing, like if you went to 2, you get that for the 5 years, like you said, and then that's your incentive to go to the next, rather than just stay at that level 2 forever.
I think my interest would be seeing if we have people actually applying for the positions and actually working to increase their knowledge and stuff. If you don't have anybody applying for these next steps, then it's not working.
But we have to have open steps to assess that. So what happens if we don't have any retirements in that period where people are able to advance?
I think that we would be able to see how many people are interested in at least applying for the classes to get certified. That we don't have people doing that right now, from what it sounds like. That would be one step. If the motion was for 3 years, we had a 5-year here, but the motion was for 3 years. So we don't have a second on anything yet, and so we should get a second or move on. And
I would do it if it was 5 years, but I think 3 does not give us an opportunity. If we have some people in the next 3 years that are retiring, it might be a little tough, but I would second that motion if recommended it to 5 years.
I'll amend to 5 years.
Okay, so the motion has been amended to 5 years. We have a motion by Cheatham and a second by President Johnston for a 5-year review. Now let's have
May
the
I have
discussion on,
Okay. I would still like, even if we're looking at it over 5 years, if we could at least have HR, I guess, or whoever come and report to us every year, like, hey, it looks like people are taking advantage of this, and just, I mean, even if it's like a 5-minute update, just every year, like, so that it keeps it in our mind and we're not like 5 years down the
So
road.
you'd like the
forgetting that we
licensure
had this
increase?
conversation.
well, I think that you could do that in the budget report
Yeah.
where,
But do you want licensure increase or increased training interest?
I think both.
I think it has to be a
We can
combination.
include that in budget presentations.
I
Because, you know,
think,
it'd help us to see if it's still 241 or if it's gone up to whatever, you know, if people are signing up and doing trainings.
That 241 is going to adjust if they change positions. They'll no longer be
Okay.
increased.
but that will be explained in the budgeting process. You could explain that fairly easily if you remember
It'll be
to
easy for you.
remind us what we're asking you to remind us of.
But I think we do need to give time too in terms of the eligibility you were talking about. Like there's a certain amount of time that they have to be there before they can even be eligible to apply for the next one. So if we don't give enough time for that, I think we won't see whether it's working or not.
Yeah, and we recently just experienced a high turnover rate where we lost 9 employees this last year due to retirements, 2 resignations, and a termination as well. And so that's a large percentage of our workforce that, you know, now is new and seeking to even qualify for the level 1. So it will take some time.
Well, and one thing that will not be able to be discussed very openly is you may have a go-getter that understands and they're charting their career, but you can't talk about that person very detailed. But you know, you just know that the response has been good, and you can characterize it that way, but you can't say, I've got this one person, you know, because it just reflects on the others.
Sure.
That's the way it is in most careers. There's somebody that has a fire lit under them and tries to excel.
Update, or do we just say that?
Okay. Any other discussion?
That's what keeps you so happy.
Ruth, could you, so we had a motion by Cheatham and a second by Johnston. Could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Cheatham,
Yes.
Johnston,
Yes.
Adamson,
Yes.
Gray,
Yes.
Lurick.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Council.
Yep, thank you.
How about
I appreciate the fact that you're thinking creatively, and so I admire this presentation.
Thank you.
We are going to go ahead and take a break for a few minutes, and we will be right back for agenda item 5. For joining us after the break, we will move to agenda item 5, proposed family medical leave policy update for city employees. Human Resources staff will present an updated family medical leave action FMLA policy for the city employees for council's consideration. If approved, the new policy will be added to the current employee handbook as an addendum and incorporated into the next issue of the handbook for certification by employees.
Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director.
Laura Judkins, Benefits and Compliance Coordinator. So, in 2018, we had an audit of our FMLA policy and procedures by the U.S. Department of Labor. And so in their findings, they determined that we needed to update our FMLA policy to be compliant with the current federal FMLA guidelines. So that was done, and so what I want to do is highlight the changes we have made to our handbook policy, and then of course ask for approval so we can get our handbook updated. I have given you a copy of our policy, and so I'm just going to highlight there's not very many things, but just kind of highlight a few things so you understand what has been updated. So, added to A, which was eligibility, they wanted us to add in the language, work at a location where the employer has at least 50 employees within 75 miles of the employer's work site. And then also add special hours of service requirements apply to airline flight crew employees.
What does that mean?
It's part of the federal policy. We had taken it out of ours because thankfully we don't run an airline, but we have to add it back in.
What if we don't?
Well, it was a find. It would have been a finding if the audit would have gone anywhere.
I was
so.
hoping to get the city an airplane, Pocatello 1, and the city council.
We get a flight to Denver, Brian.
Travel where, that's right, that would be a flight to Denver.
Hang glider. You're getting a hang glider.
I'm just kidding. I just want to make sure anybody watching, I'm just kidding. That was a bad joke.
Okay.
We're not looking at a plane.
Moving on to leave entitlement, which is B. Add the language to bond with a child. Leave must be taken within 1 year of the child's birth or placement, which we were already doing that, but they just wanted the language updated.
We had to care for a child, and they wanted to bond with a child.
Then the next one is added to serious health condition definition, which was C. They wanted information about inpatient care and then continuing treatment by a healthcare provider, which is on the bottom of that first page. So we added that. And then added to certification, which is number E, or letter E rather. We added, the city may require certification when employee requests leave for military family leave. So we didn't have the military piece in there, even though we obviously abided by it, but they added it to our language. And also, employers may not request a certification for, Employers may not request a certification for leave to bond with a healthy newborn child or a child placed for adoption or foster care. What that means is if you're going out for a childbirth, you do not need a certification from your doctor. Then added to employees' responsibilities. This was a brand new section. We did not have this previously. And this is letter L. So I won't read all of that unless you want me to.
It's the whole section?
Yes, the whole section was added. And then also added was the enforcement section, letter M, which basically states that employees can bring a complaint with the U.S. Department of Labor, Wage and Hour Division, or may bring a private lawsuit against an employer. Let's hope not. And then finally, the FMLA does not affect any federal or state law prohibiting discrimination or supersede any local or state or local law or collective bargaining agreement that provides greater family or medical leave rights. So that was it in a nutshell. So we just need your approval to update our handbook.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the addition and changes and additions to our handbook as presented to us by Laura.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by President Johnston and a second by Cheatham. Is there any discussion? Well, these were all things that we were told we needed to get added to our.
And most of them we were already doing. We just hadn't updated the policy because it takes a full review. But there it is.
Okay, sounds good. Then a motion by Johnston and a second by Cheatham. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Johnston?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That puts the airline back on the table.
Yeah, the airline's back.
Yep.
Laura,
Laura?
Oh, I'm just going to give you that so you know that that got swapped.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I feel like that so many times.
I know.
It's just like-
You probably know.
We'll move to agenda item number 6 is 2405 Garrett Way Building Remodel Update. Tom Kirkman, Deputy Public Works Director, will give an update on the remodel of city property located at 2405 Garrett Way. The update will include areas such as main building, rear building, and new fuel site.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I guess it's still morning. We've got a pretty long set of slides for you, so we'll try and make it as snappy as possible. If you have any questions along the way, feel free to holler. So we just wanted to take a few minutes and give you an update on some of the progress we've made at the new facility, as well as an update on where we're at on our fleet department. And then based on a conversation we had at I believe it was a pre-agenda for a council meeting, we were going to discuss a little bit about a fuel site and some of the costs associated with that for the future. So first we'll start talking a little bit about some of the history, just to give a really quick synopsis of where we are or how we got here. Back in July of 2017, we did a facility needs assessment. That was based upon the development of a new fleet department, as well as sanitation's building was in need of some major costly repairs, and the street department was outgrown their building. So we did a facility needs assessment for those 3 structures, and it came out that it required about 50,000 square feet. In September, after the needs assessment, we came in and discussed the potential to buy the old Caterpillar building at 2405. We looked at, based upon the needs assessment, if we were to go back off of some of our previous constructions, we averaged the last 3 buildings that we constructed as the city, it averaged about $29 a square foot. We were looking at an $11 million facility.
219.
Pardon me, 219 a square foot. So we were looking.
29 would be very good.
Yes, it would. So we were looking at an $11 million facility to house those 3 departments, which was just something that was not in the cards at that time. So in January of 2017, we moved forward and purchased the Garrett Way building. It was purchased for $2 million, and then there was $1 million allocated for renovations, which put us down to about $38 a square foot for the purchase and the renovation of that facility. So the purchase was completed, and then we began in the renovation process to try and get moving forward to get these 3 departments housed. So in February of 2018, we hired Booth Architecture to come up with a design, a plan. We were looking at approximately a 13,000 square foot remodel. We hired CSI, Construction Services, to do the construction management, general contractor work. They're a local company that I can probably just take a minute now and tell that we've just had incredible luck with these two companies. They have just done such awesome work for us, and they've really gone out of their way to save us a ton of money, so we appreciate them.
Who is CSI? Like, who's the?
Jared Lusk. It's they've been around for quite a few years. They're down on 2nd Street.
They're
Construction Services.
Formerly were Brennan Construction.
Oh, okay, yeah. Great. Okay, thank you.
Really great group of guys. So once we had CSI on staff, or however you want to call that, we did a bid. We went out for bid on the remodel. So CSI managed all that. They got all the bids out. When we opened the bids came in at $1.8 million for the renovation. We only had $1 million available. The timing of the bidding was a little tough because it was right in the middle of summer boom, and so the bids came in higher than we were expecting. So we did some value engineering. We went through and we said, okay, we can live with this, we can take this out, we can make accommodations for this. And we were able to get it down from 1.8 to about 1.5. And so we came before council in September 2018, and that's when we discussed the GMP, the guaranteed maximum price. It's hard to set that price initially before, because you have to go out to bid and see what the market is charging for that. So we came in, it worked out to be a little over 1.5 million. We grabbed some reserves from streets and sanitations to cover that. And we came in at about $46 a square foot, which still puts us 5 times lower than the cost of construction. So we're pretty happy with the way that's worked out. So right here, we've just got a few pictures. We'll just go through these real quick of some of the improvements that are being made. So right here, before we ran out of good weather, we tried to put a coat of paint on it to kind of make it our own. We went through and we knew that utilities were going to be, challenging at this building. It costs a lot to heat it, a lot for power. So we went through and sealed it up as best as we could on the rest of the structures that were involved in the remodel. Gave it a nice coat of paint, got it kind of taken care of for the elements. This is some project pictures during the main entrance. So the windows along the front of the building and along the side were single pane, non-efficient windows. We were able to work and get some incentives through Idaho Power and Intermountain Gas to upgrade some windows, which helped offset some of those costs. So that's just a few shots of that. The front of the building is going to receive a stucco, just that small bump out right there, not the whole structure, but that to hide those new window openings. On the left here is a picture of the old lobby of the dealership. And right now, this picture was taken a week or so ago, but this represents the new entrance. On the left is, you'll see there's a desk there and there's another desk behind it. That's where the street department administratives will sit. And on the right side, that's where the 2 sanitation administrative assistants will sit, the dispatchers. And so when you come into the main lobby, you have really good access right there to those frontline people. The street department's not the most welcoming lobby. It was an old beer warehouse, for lack of better words. And then the sanitation department, there's a little bit of a laborious maze you got to walk through to get, to the front. Those first line of people. So this will be, we feel, a good addition for customer service. Next is we had to construct a big lunchroom. We're planning on, we have 40 employees at sanitation, 32 at streets, and then with the new fleet, we could have anywhere from 10 to 15 depending on how that works. So we kind of designed this lunchroom with 100-person capacity. We're trying to not go overboard, but we also want to make it so that we have some room for growth here.
We could rent it out for conventions too.
There you go. There you go. And one nice function of this is if you can see those pockets in the wall, we've spec'd that for collapsible walls, so we can split it up into 3 separate lunchrooms or 3 separate meeting areas. For instance, in the morning, the street department, they give their assignments to their crews, the same as sanitation. And this will give them a little bit of privacy so they're not talking over each other. But when we have a large human resources meeting, let's say, or benefits meeting, we could open that up and get everybody into one spot. The back portion there, that's the floor that's going to be there. We opted to go with just a polished and sealed concrete. We have our guys carry a lot of asphalt in with them, as well as garbage from the landfill, and we wanted a very robust surface for them. On the right is our traffic operations center. We're really excited about this. This is where we maintain and manage all the signals in town. Where we're at down at the street department right now, it's kind of it was an afterthought. It's up on the 2nd floor. We have a canary up there because when the trucks start, you get black lung from all the exhaust coming up. And so this is going to be a nice upgrade for us. We've got a lot of material, a lot of equipment, some high-tech stuff, and we're going to have it in a place that's appropriate for it. And it's going to be something that we're really proud of, and it's really going to increase the level of service for our signal operations. Here's just a couple of pictures of the main shop. Not much change there. It was a working garage dealership, and it's going to be a working garage repair shop for us. So we're moving around a few things and making it work for us, but for the most part, the shop's in pretty turnkey shape. So phase 2 this is a separate facility out in the back. It's a 20,000 square foot building, I think, or 8,000 square foot. This was the Western States Caterpillar's welding facility. They did all their track repairs and some really extensive welding operations. We have a need for a welding shop, a welding bay for our sanitation department. They construct a lot of carts. They repair a lot of trucks, like the glass recycling carts that we looked at that was done in our weld bay down there. So from the overhead doors to the right, we're going to construct a wash bay, and from the overhead doors to the left, we're going to construct a welding facility in there. the welding facility is going to give them so much better working environment. Right now, when they pull a truck in at the weld bay at sanitation, you kind of barely have to shimmy down the side of the truck to get in. The ventilation is subpar, and so it's going to be a good treat, and it's really going to improve our efficiencies at the welding department. And then sanitation has a very well organized cleaning program for the trucks. You can imagine those trucks, they're in the worst environment you could see. And when they get back from the landfill, they're not in the best of conditions. So they rotate trucks in quite frequently to clean them. It not only preserves the truck, makes it last longer, but it also looks better and it's more presentable to our customers. So at the current sanitation shop where it is, there was already plans a couple of years back to upgrade the wash facility they had down there. They've outgrown that. It was built to. It was kind of underbuilt at the time, and it hasn't really been conducive to some of the growth. And so we just basically took some of that money, and instead of investing it down there, we want to invest it over there. So it was something that was kind of already projected for years back. So, and right now we've got CSI. They're on contract to do this, and right now they're sending out bids right now. So as soon as we get all the bids in and we do a sealed competitive bid, we'll get the bid opening done, and then we'll see where we're at with that. One other thing I might add to the main building also, we put a new roof on it. And so that was one of the big issues that we had on that front part of the building was the roof is super flat. And so we had a company come in, and they actually built up a sloped roof out of foam and then overlaid it with the membrane. So we have a really nice roof on that as well. So here's just some pictures of the inside of that facility right now. So basically, if you look on the right, that small stub wall, from that stub wall this way will be the welding facility, or what you're looking at on the left. And then past that stub wall on the right picture to those recycle carts, that is where the wash bay will be. Any questions? Am I going too fast, too slow? Okay. Okay, any questions on the building? We're going to move on, talk a little bit about the fuel site, but if there's any questions, one thing we can talk about, we've kind of nailed them down on a time. They're shooting for the end of January for a completion date. When we first were doing this, we were hoping for a 6 to 8 month remodel, and we were hoping to be done October, November. But if you remember, we worked with some of the contractors, and we were able to, if we pushed the construction date back to September, we were able to realize a lot of savings to get out of the main construction season. That's helped us not only financially, but on a timeline. The first day we started on the building was September 10th, and if we go to a January 31st completion date, that's only 4.5 months. So I can't begin to brag enough or pat them on the back enough for Booth Architecture and CSI. They've really done a great job for us. So,
is there any plans to show this off to the public when it's ready?
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. And that's something that we can discuss how you would like to proceed with that. So.
We're already realizing some benefit from the building. Tom showed me a picture this morning. They're over there working on their paver, and with this building came a bunch of cranes and stuff. And Tom showed me a picture this morning. They're over there working on one of their pavers, and really already realized a bunch of time savings over using those cranes versus jacking everything up in their current shop. And so it's already coming in beneficial to us.
Yeah, we're really excited. So, and I think it's chugging along pretty good. It's we're pretty excited with the rate that it went. Sometimes we feel like it's not moving fast enough, but this has been a pretty quick remodel. We're pretty excited with it. So, any other questions on that? Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about the fuel site. So the city has a central fuel site down on First Street. We have two 12,000-gallon diesel tanks, one 12,000-gallon unleaded tank. It was constructed 29 years ago. It was constructed, as we've talked about before, on ISU property. Part of the lease agreement with that is we could use the land and put this facility on it, but ISU, if they like, they can come and use the fuel site and purchase fuel from us at the cost we pay. So that was the agreement that was made back in, I think it was 1989. And so We really haven't had ISU use it at all up until about six months ago. Public service reached out to us and wanted to start utilizing the fuel site, so we're accommodating that for them. So, but long term, that's a little bit of a liability for us to have these 3 large tanks underground on property that's not ours. The warranty on these tanks, they're fiberglass in-ground tanks. It's a 30-year warranty, so it basically is a 30-year life, is what they say. We're on year 29. We're starting to see some of the effects of the aging. I think we probably haven't done as good of a job as we should have in the past of planning for a new fuel site. So a few years ago, we met with finance and we've started putting away money, reserves for that. But it's been a slow process. We're only managing about $50,000 a year. I mean, that's a good thing, but we're not quite to where we need to be to replace that yet. The hardware and the software, we just updated the software a few years ago, but a lot of the hardware, the dispensers are getting old. We had one diesel dispenser down for a couple of weeks waiting on a part that was difficult to find because it's pretty old technology. What we're seeing is when we do our inspections on the tanks are getting brittle. Not only are the tanks fiberglass, but they also have fiberglass lines that convey the fuel. So when we did an inspection last time, one of those lines got nicked, and it's getting so brittle because of its age, we had to make a repair on that line. And so we've got some issues there. When the tanks were backfilled, they were backfilled with slag. Anybody that knows anything about slag, once you compact it, it basically turns into concrete. And so anytime there's any repairs that need done on the tanks, it's not an easy project, and it usually causes more damage to the tank that needs fixed. So we have a few things, working against us at the fuel site. However, it has served us well. We'll talk about some of the costs that we've avoided over the years. But it is getting a little long in the tooth, and it's something that we probably need to start looking at moving forward with. As we said before, the tank warranties expire this year, and so we're kind of on the edge of we're going to start seeing that failure rate go up. It's getting to where the manufacturers are fighting us a lot more on warranty work. The company that originally made it's been sold and sold and sold, and so we fought with that a little bit. Our downtimes are increasing at the fuel site. So in November, we had an unleaded fuel leak that we had to shut the site down for. It's difficult with these fiberglass tanks or any of these tanks. We have to get certified people to come in and repair them. And sometimes it's difficult to get them here at a decent time. The trouble we've had with this fuel site is we only have one source of unleaded fuel down there. We don't have any redundancy. And so when we lose unleaded, now you have all police officers having to fuel at a convenience store or a gas station somewhere else. So it puts a kink in it. Diesel, we have 2 tanks, so we have a little bit of flexibility there. If we lose one tank, we still have another tank going. And then the other thing, some of these obstacles moving forward is if we're moving to across town, it's going to be difficult to manage that offsite. It's something that we can still manage, but it's definitely going to affect our level of service to a certain amount. We've got the site right now on our fiber network, so we should be able to monitor a lot of that from the facility we're at. But there's also overfill alarms that you can only get from down here, so we'll have to do periodic inspections. We have a backup generator for there, but when the backup generator was put in, it didn't come with switch gear, so we have to go out and manually switch it. And so if the power goes off, we know it's off because the street department's lights aren't on. And so usually one of the supervisors or the mechanics will go over there and they shut off city power and turn on the generator. Switching gear is very expensive, and I think it was just one of those in the past that we couldn't afford. So, but that's something that we'll have to, that needs addressed as well. We had some creative solutions that we used on our herbicide shed, where we put a GPS in there that when the power went off, it triggered a GPS and it sent an alert. So we're looking at ways that we can mitigate that. We also, at the fuel site, you use a fob, a key fob. You come and swipe, and that lets you know what you're fueling. Those fobs fail, and people forget their passwords, and it's really convenient to just come across the street, get a new fob, get a new calibration, get a new password. And so now when we're across town, it's just going to add a little bit of complexity to it. Nothing we can't handle. And then the one that's always a treat for us and it's kind of fun is people drive off with the hose in the car. And so those, you know, we're going to have to, where we could just normally walk across the street and replace a hose. It's just something we're going to have to, we're probably going to put some cameras or something down there so that we can monitor that. So a lot of times nobody wants to fess up to that, but we know who it was.
Well, you know who last pumped and who couldn't pump.
Yeah. Okay, so we went out, we got
out of their car.
We went out, we got a preliminary cost. It's a bit of a sticker shock. It's $600,000 for a new fuel site. What that includes is two 12,000-gallon unleaded tanks to give us some redundancy, two 12,000-gallon diesel tanks, and that includes all the infrastructure that goes with it, all the piping, the software, backup generator, the outbuilding, all the site work, the asphalt, the concrete. And one thing this does include that the other fuel site doesn't have is we were going to put a canopy over the top of it. I know we've had a few workers' comp claims out there, people slipping on the ice getting fuel. So that does include that. This will have 4 dispensers, 2 unleaded dispensers with 2 hoses at each dispenser and 2 diesels. And it gives us some of that redundancy that we're looking for. Now over at the new facility, we do have 2 diesel tanks, underground diesel tanks in the back of the facility behind the gate. So one way that we could maybe offset some of this cost is maybe we only put 1 diesel tank in the front, in the new fuel island, and the 2 unleadeds. And then if we lose a diesel tank there, we have the redundancy of the ones in there. But then if the fire department or something after hours needs diesel, they're going to need access into the gate. So something that definitely we could work with.
Those tanks are old too.
Yeah, and those tanks are getting up in age as well. So. But as far as trying to get a little redundancy, I think that's pretty critical. We saw that just a month ago or a month and a half ago when we had that failure with the unleaded tanks. So here's a couple little add-ons for you to think about. For an additional $221,000, that is a lot of money. We can integrate all 3 of our fueling locations. We have fuel at PRT, we have fuel at this central facility. We could link in with the WPC, and they would all talk to each other. They would all allow us to pull reporting from all of it, and it would seamlessly integrate with our new fleet management software. So it would help with some of the billing issues, you know, and putting them into our preventative maintenance program. We use the mileage off of the vehicles when they come in and fuel to spur our payment management program. The reason this one is so much is what it does is when the vehicle shows up in the fuel site knows that vehicle arrived, and it knows through the telematics of the vehicle, it knows what the mileage is. It knows that vehicle takes diesel, not unleaded. So it takes some of the human element out of it. What we've seen on a lot of our preventative maintenance programs is people transpose numbers, and then it skews the maintenance cycle until the next fuel, and hopefully they put it in right the next time. So it's a costly investment, but it's something that would be good for the future. And the other thing is the $600,000 cost of the fuel site includes a system to run that fuel site. So this 221 wouldn't be over and above the 600. It would replace what's in the 600,000 estimate, and that's about $100,000 probably. So it's probably closer to $120,000, $150,000. Does that make sense the way I explained it? Yeah. Okay. It's either one or the other on the systems. The other thing that we want to look at if we're going to move forward on the fuel side is looking at alternative energies. We've really researched a lot of CNG, which is compressed natural gas. Unfortunately, the technology hasn't kept up with that. What we're seeing is, I think the last group I spoke with, Peterbilt, was the one that's kind of leading the charge. They're getting it to work the most. However, it's more for over-the-road trucks. The stop and go traffic in a city, it's causing the engines to overheat, and they're blowing up engines. So they've got some thermal issues they're still trying to work out in compressed natural gas. I think they'll get it, but I don't think we're there yet. There is some opportunities, the whole grant thing's kind of drying up a little bit, but I think in the future there could be some opportunities for buses, garbage trucks, to run on CNG. But I don't think we're there yet from what we're seeing. But we could definitely put the infrastructure in. We could put conduits in there. We could plan for it and run piping so that we're not tearing up asphalt and concrete to do that. And we're also looking at other options, propane, electric. They make quick charge electrics. If somebody's across town reading a meter, let's say, and they have an electric vehicle, and they're reading over in the dogwood area, they park their car and they can plug it in at that facility and walk their route. But same thing, we're not there yet with that. So, okay. So the fuel site costs about $900,000 to $1 million a year to operate. That's what our budget usually is. That's a pretty fluid number. It changes with the cost of fuel, as you're all aware of that. We charge a small, service fee for using the facility. And so in years past, up until 2018, it was 5 cents a gallon for unleaded and 33 cents a gallon for diesel that we charge the departments to maintain and operate the fuel site. We upped that amount to 19 cents in unleaded and 28 for diesel. We based that off the usages, and we just tried to evenly disperse that fee a little bit better. So we've gone through and tried to morph this fuel site over the last few years to try and plan a little better to start putting money away, because we know that this is something that we're going to need to pay for in the future. We average about 340,000 gallons of diesel a year, or of fuel a year. 218 of that's diesel, 123 to 25 is unleaded. So it works out for this year about $3 a gallon is what it costs us to operate that. So we've got some statistics here. What we did is we did a little bit of homework, and we plotted the fuel costs from 2016, 17, and 18 at the pump. So if we were to purchase fuel at the pump, we were averaging about 52 cents a gallon lower than what we would have paid at the pump. That includes diesel and unleaded. We just kind of averaged those together. So you can see over a year's time, if we were fueling at a fuel station or paying at the pump, it's a $170,000 to $200,000 increase that we'd see. So in our estimation, in our judgment, it's better to have a fuel site. It allows us to have better control, but it also saves us a lot of money. There is a couple of programs that they have for off-site fueling. What the research we've found on it is it's just not there yet. Sorry, I lost myself a little bit. The bad part for us would be the billing. So when you go to an off-site fuel site, they send you a bill. It's basically a handwritten type bill. Then we have to process that. They have to process it, then we have to process it, and then we have to bill the departments. And it becomes very redundant. And so nationwide, you can see the fleet departments are all moving towards having their own fuel sites. So that's one thing that was a real advantage to us in our fleet development, is we had a fuel site that we could track with and that we're saving money with. Does anybody have any questions on that?
Are those numbers for ethanol-free fuel, Tom?
So what we did is we use ethanol-free fuel. That's a good point. Most stations use 10% ethanol. So what we did was our comparison to a mid-grade at the pump compared to ours at no ethanol is what we used for our comparison. We've had really good luck with the ethanol-free. We have a lot of vehicles, Parks and Rec, for instance, their lawnmowers sit all winter. The ethanol is just torture on stuff that sits. And it's not only that, we have, phase shifts in the tanks where at certain points the water, the concentration of the water gets to a certain point and the water will actually fall out of suspension, and then you pull straight water, and it just leads to a lot of issues. We're able to bid, we bid fuel every 2 weeks, and we're able to get pure ethanol or pure ethanol free unleaded for a very reasonable price. We have a couple of suppliers that bid constantly that are really pretty smart businessmen. They figured out a good way to get that ethanol free at a very inexpensive rate. So I think we're getting a very good product at a very, very good rate. So any questions on the fuel site? So I haven't had a chance to get to finance, but I'm thinking we are about 100, 150 tops that we've got set aside so far in our our fuel reserves. So we're still a little ways away from that, but we just wanted to bring it to your attention that it is becoming an issue. We are seeing more degradation there, and we are seeing our maintenance efforts increase.
Thinking ahead to the possibility of moving the fuel site to our new facility, the diesel tank that is there, what kind of longevity do you anticipate with that, or should it be replaced now or when we go to this?
I think it would be great if we could do it all at once, and then we start with fresh, clean slate. The tanks that are over there at the current facility are old, so it's something that we may run into. It's hard to say they're metal tanks. It's difficult to put a life on those without doing a pretty robust inspection. But I think we probably feel pretty comfortable they still have 5 or 10 years on them. So if we were able to build the big fuel site with 2 diesels, 2 unleadeds, I think we could vacate the one in the back. So I think that's a way we could get around that. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. Well, we'll give you just a quick little recap and an update on where we're at with fleet. I'm joined with, I forgot to introduce everybody, I think, didn't I? Man, I'm horrible.
Introduce yourself?
I did. Teresa Caudell's here, our fleet manager, and Jeff Mansfield, our public works director. Teresa's just has been working tirelessly on this. We're getting a lot done. This is a huge project, as you guys are well aware. But we're making strides every day, and it's moving forward. Some of the completed tasks we've knocked out, we've talked about these before. We went and visited with other communities. We've developed policies and procedures. Those are morphing daily. We're finding new little things, new little caveats that we need to tweak on those. We developed some staffing levels. We've got org charts together right now. We're working with human resources on people and what that looks like. We're looking at running 2 shifts. We're going to have a Monday through Saturday over there. We're going to work, one shift's going to work Monday through Friday, one shift's going to work Tuesday through Saturdays. It's going to enable us to do a lot of preventative work on off hours and Saturdays, so that we're not shutting down a whole job to service one vital piece of equipment. The other thing that we've done is we've developed a pretty robust preventative maintenance program. We discovered early on that if this is going to work, it's going to have to work with a good preventative maintenance program. We need to stay on top of this equipment and vehicles and keep them well maintained. And then it isn't completed, but we're right in the middle of it, is the software. We purchased AssetWorks, which is our fleet management software, and we're right in the middle of doing the implementation on that. I might have Teresa talk a little bit about that. And then we're also right now in discussions about the IBS store, which is the parts store, the internal parts store. We're hashing out all that. The costs that are associated with that. We're looking at what our parts cost was last year compared to what we project it would be if we use their program, because there is a cost that's associated with it to find those efficiencies. You want to talk a little bit about AssetWorks?
Sure. We started the process with AssetWorks in October of last year. It was supposed to be a 9 to 12 month implementation time. Right now, we're scheduled for go live the first week of March. So that has been my main focus since October. We will put it in place in March. However, the trainings will work out all the kinks the first couple of weeks, and then the trainings will start for all the staff. That entailed getting all of the vehicles and equipment citywide, an accurate list. That was a bit of a challenge, but that's been done.
How many pieces of equipment are we talking about, Teresa?
600.
600, okay.
608 to be exact.
And that's like motorized vehicles.
Right, that is, the only thing that didn't include is chainsaws, push mowers, small items like that. So we'll still maintain those, we just won't do as in-depth of tracking on those. They won't really have a preventative maintenance program. So there's a way to even input those into AssetWorks, We just haven't had the ability to capture the data yet. So as we start to repair those things, we'll put them into Asset Works, but they're not there yet.
So how many departments does that include, Teresa?
Everyone.
Airport, everything?
Everyone will utilize Asset Works. Not everyone will be involved in fleet, but they will all utilize Asset Works. So that if council wants to know how many 98 Chevys we have citywide, we can tell you that. If you want to know how many vehicles are repaired in a month, we can tell you that citywide. So all departments will utilize Asset Works.
But all of them won't be serviced through fleet?
Correct.
Which departments will be serviced out there, at least initially?
At fleet,
Yeah.
currently it's just street sanitation and city hall vehicles. In October, we will have street sanitation, city hall, water, parks.
And right now, we're working through, with police and fire, some of the union employees, we have to work through those issues. I know that the council had expressed that they wanted police and fire in fleet, so we're just working through those little bugs there, but that's what we project to happen. WPC, PRT, and airport are the only departments that won't be involved. PRT, their funding is all over the map, and we talked with finance, and they felt that it would probably be better to just hold on to that one a little bit. Airport, the logistics just don't work on that. Their equipment is so large that it would be difficult to move it. And then out at WPC, a lot of the people that work on the pumps and the generators also maintain the vehicles, so you would have to have someone out there anyway to maintain some of that stuff. So we figured that that was a pretty good fit. However, everyone will be using the Asset Works program, so that if in the future we decide we want to combine everything, then we can, we have all that data available. And then also it's getting back into these economies of scales we wanted to talk about. We don't want this department to have their own fleet program, this one to have theirs and their service costs. We want everybody into one, and then we can utilize that.
Okay, Roger.
One of the factors when we were first discussing this was the cost savings in getting down to this appropriate fleet size. In entering all these things, have we identified vehicles we can start getting rid of?
Yes, we have, and we're right now in the beginning stages. So we've done preliminary, I think 2 preliminary right-sizing studies, and we have quite a few. Right now, we're just starting the actual, this is where we're going to be. We're getting better data from the fuel side of what's being used and what isn't. And now we're going to start grabbing those, and we'll meet with each department. And now is when we're going to start that right.
Because if I remember right, we were in the neighborhood of 60-some vehicles. And it was $6,000 to $8,000 a year just for any vehicle.
Yep.
So there would be some savings realized right away.
Absolutely. Yeah, we found a study from the city of Durham, North Carolina, and they did a big study on underutilized vehicles. And, you know, they can be upwards of $1,800 to, $600 to $5,000 depending. You know, if they sit and the tires rot, the gas goes bad, so you got to fix that. The batteries die. So there's some huge opportunities for right sizing. The other benefit of it too is if you have, let's say you have a pool of vehicles, you have 10 vehicles and the department needs 4, you may be able to trade in those 10 vehicles, those 10 old vehicles, and get 4 more modern vehicles at a decent rate. And then you've just not only right sized it, but you've also increased the age of, or decreased the age of that fleet. Yeah, so we're getting right in the middle of that.
So how long do you think it'll be before we clear the deck, so to speak?
To clear the deck, we're hoping October 1st is when we want to just hit the ground running. Right now, we're going to have to get all the numbers in from all the departments during budget times. That's going to be the tough part, is setting a budget, because that's going to kind of determine if we kick off October 1 like we want, or if we have enough data to set an honest, actual budget.
I think he means right sizing.
For right sizing or the
right sizing?
Yeah, I would like October to be our go live. So, because there's going to be a lot of back and forth. For instance, and it's an easy one. Let's say a hazmat truck. It may not use a lot of fuel, so it looks like they don't need it. But when they have to have it, they need it. You know. And so we have to find those vehicles that appear to be underutilized, and then we got to meet with the departments and find out really if they are. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So that's some of the in-progress stuff. We talked a little bit about that. We're looking at putting together a fleet advisory board. We feel that that's going to be important to give departments some ability to voice their concerns, to keep us honest, so to speak, make sure that we're doing a good job. We're doing we're working with IBS right now on trying to get the parts store figured out. There is a cost associated with that, but we feel like it's probably something that's going to be way more of an asset than a liability for us. But we're crossing all of our T's and dotting our I's on that one. And that's going to help us to start developing that FY20 budget, which is going to be that's going to be the hard part.
Well, if I remember right, we would have several departments running the Salt Lake, independent of each other to get a part.
Yes.
Having our own parts department, we put one person on the road to get 3 stops.
Right. And what's nice about these IBS facilities is, first, you don't have to pay a guy to run the parts store. The IBS store pays for that. Now, we are paying for that. But the nice thing is the Napa is one of the biggest IBS stores. Napa is like the biggest supplier of parts in the world, and so they have leverage on what they can get. So when a mechanic needs a part, they're going to look to see if it's a Napa part. If they don't have a Napa part, they're going to find a part no matter what. And through that leverage, if it's a Caterpillar part that they need, we're going to get a Caterpillar part. But Napa's going to be able to leverage and get a better price because they're a global industry, And then Napa's they have trucks running back and forth every day. And so instead of, if we break a snowplow and Brad, our supervisor, has to drive to Salt Lake in the middle of the night to go pick up a Ram because we don't have it, Napa's going to do that. They have trucks running all day, every day going through. So that's where we're going to start realizing a lot of these benefits. So one thing that we're working on now too is telematics. One big thing that we're working on really hard right now is upfitting all the street department and sanitation vehicles with GPS. We have seen huge benefits. We've already got this going in the street department as far as snow plowing, dispatching, and efficiencies through routing. And we're seeing that with our street sweepers as well. Our sanitation department, we're really excited about kicking this off because we feel that we're going to see huge efficiencies from there. Any of these departments that run a route, like a snow removal route or a garbage route, they have this big geographic route, and if they're on the north end of this route and dispatch calls and they need a garbage can dumped on the south side of this route, they just call that guy and he runs across. Now they're going to be able to look and say, well, the guy on the route next to him is right there. We're going to send him over and we're going to knock that out. So we're pretty excited about some of the benefits we're going to see with that. It also allows us to do idle alerts. There's a lot of fuel that is burned by idling vehicles. It's pretty amazing how much fuel is used by just a vehicle idling. So we'll be able to do idle alerts. We'll be able to do real-time diagnostics. These GPSs are smart enough that you can run wires to each one of the sensors of the truck. It's all in how deep we want to go. But if we have a sander coming down a hill and he's in the wrong gear and he's over revving the engine, it's going to tell the mechanic and it's going to log that. So if that truck breaks down, we can say, hey, this is what led to it. It's going to help us fix it faster. It's going to give us training opportunities, stuff like that. So we're really excited about it.
We were in a meeting with the Idaho Highway Department, and they suggested in the next 20 years there'll be primarily driverless vehicles. Will we be operating driverless snowplows and sanders and stuff? Because
Hope not.
Yeah.
But I mean, if it's driverless vehicles, they're still going to have to have street plow.
Right. Yeah, it's ITD right now. They're working towards it. They call it an 888. They want 8-foot wide lanes at 80 miles an hour with cars 8 feet apart. And the nice thing about that is you're going 80 miles an hour, and you're constant. In town, it's difficult because of pedestrians. There's just a lot of things that go. For me, I think that technology, as far as like garbage trucks, snow plows, we're still quite a ways off. One of the big things, even if the guidance technology was there right now, to get a 50,000 pound vehicle to go up a hill requires quite a bit of driver input as far as gear changing and braking. And I don't think the technology's there for that either. So, but it's,
Theoretically, the computer would probably do better to monitor the engine torque.
it would. It absolutely would. I just don't think we're there yet, but it wouldn't surprise me for
20
that.
years, so 2040.
There's some unbelievable technology they've got now. They've got garbage trucks, residential garbage trucks now that they have, it's called an accumulator. What it does is it stores energy, okay? So these garbage trucks, they pull up to a cart, then they go to the next one, they go to the next one. Well, you train these truck drivers to get into a cadence, okay? Because most of the carts are pretty evenly spaced. So they can pull up on a cart, they can drive up, they can hit their brakes, and it charges this accumulator for this energy storage thing. They dump the cart, they left the brake off, and it lunges the truck from the stored energy to the next cart. So the technology is getting there, you know, but we're looking at $400,000 upgrade on a garbage truck that's already $250,000. So we're not quite there yet. But sorry, I bloviated too much. Is there any other questions? That's all we've got. Awesome.
Any other questions? You've done a lot of work. Thank you for the update. You've done an awful lot of work.
It is fun.
Okay, council, why don't we jump into agenda item number 7, Centennial Rainy Park Floodplain and Stormwater Improvement Project update. Staff will present an update on funding for the Centennial Rainy Park's floodplain and stormwater improvement project. Staff is seeking council's direction regarding the use of $100,000 from Science and Environment Division reserves to augment donations for funding the design.
Morning, Council. Hannah Sanger, Science and Environment Administrator.
Maggie Clark, Engineering Project Manager.
And Jeff Mansfield, Public Works Director.
This will be pretty quick. So you've all seen Centennial Park pictures over the years, but just to remind you of it, it's right at the south end of Old Town where just before the concrete channel starts, and there's a ball field that we want to move and make into a wetland area by moving the levee back, maintaining storm flood protection. We'd also do some, it's not on this image, but get some stormwater treatment. So there's a stormwater outfall that's right about this line A, and that stormwater instead would be maintained over here between the charter school and South Arthur, as well as a whole bunch of river access and other improvements. So another visual of this concept, which you've seen a lot. And then additional visuals, so we started working on some planned views of what could happen and more specifics. And so just to remind you of where we've come to, so in 2016, the community thought this should be the #1 project that came out of the River Vision for a short-term project. And so we started working on that by having Utah State give us that last schematic you just saw with a conceptual drawing, and we involved city staff, parks and engineering, traffic, environmental, thinking about our stormwater permit, to really fine-tune what it would look like and make sure that when we brought in a construction design firm that, you know, we would be able to give them clear, concise directions and knew where we wanted to go. Council last budget season approved a budget for this design of $100,000 pending fundraising. So far, Valley Pride has raised $26,000 in donation, which is not there yet. However, Maggie has worked on a request for qualification, so internally we are ready to go out for a construction drawing, but we need some money. So cost of construction drawings, $126,000 plus. I'm not sure what it will exactly cost. We have $26,000 raised. We have $100,000 in Science and Environment Division reserves that could go towards this project, and seeking council direction on doing that. That would help us get the project to 60% design, hopefully further, but where the Army Corps could start to review it. And that would allow us additional time to begin fundraising, show progress on this project, This money is sitting there in reserves. It would enable us to also be working towards our stormwater permit of taking a stormwater outfall offline and really demonstrating how to do that in a public park setting. So what I am seeking is your direction that we could use these reserves towards this construction drawing.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Absolutely.
And I'm always concerned when we hear Corps of Engineers.
It's a scary word.
Yeah. What kind of support are we getting from them on this project?
That's a great question. So when we started initially, we did, this drawing came from the Corps of Engineers. And this came from the Corps, and this came from the Corps. And so our initial 2016 River Vision effort, where we really tried to get the community's input, we also worked really closely with the Army Corps and said, hey, do you think this project would work? And so part of the money that they spent was actually having their hydrologist do a rough calculation and say, yeah, this will work. And so they have conceptually supported the project. They have a process for reviewing it. It's called a Section 408. And so we have to move through that process. And they're a pretty rigid process that you go through.
So our design would be done before we get to the 408?
We'd get to 60% design before the Corps will review the project. So that is their magic ticket, is 60%. You know, we'll start working with them now, and Maggie can talk to you about the process that, you know, she's been working on for this RFP and getting these construction drawings through. But 60%, we give them the package, and then we wait for, you know, their approval signature or comments, I guess. And then we can move forward at that point towards 100% design. So this, you know, I guess that is really the urgency of starting now and getting to that 60%, is their process takes a while. So let's get this initial phase done so the Corps can start reviewing it, and we can begin some, you know, really concentrated fundraising. But that 60% review is pretty critical, and it's going to take the Army Corps some time. And so, you know, we can keep fundraising, and we'll be another year behind, and why not get this done? If fundraising comes in, it could supplement this or replace this reserve money for sure.
I definitely believe that the river is one of the greatest assets that Pocatello has, and I don't think we should be delaying in order to take advantage of a beautiful, beautiful asset.
What kind of timetable are you looking at, Hannah?
I can kind of speak to that. So the RFQ will be released after the January 17th meeting, after you guys look at that. So pretty much immediately after that, we can put that out to the public. And then mid-February, the RFQ responses are due from the consultants that are interested in it. Then beginning of March, we will begin interviewing the firms that looked like they're promising prospects. Then mid-March, we will select the firm. And the beginning of April, we will come before council with the contract for that firm that we have selected. Then we're shooting for the beginning of July to be 60% complete, to put that before the Army Corps of Engineers and begin their process of review.
It's a pretty fast timetable.
Yes. So we'll see once we start that negotiations on a scope of work with the selected contractor. If it is too fast, if we need to slow it down, what will work. But because we did this work, you know, we have a really strong idea of where we need to go. There's some calculations for the wetland portion and the moving the levee back design, and so that's really the part that has to go to the Army Corps. This part doesn't have to go to the Army Corps. They only care about the levee, what's within the levee itself, and so they don't need to see our parking lot and whether we have 25 stalls or 225. And so we can argue about that for a long time without them, which is great, because that will probably be the most challenging part of this whole project, is figuring out the parking.
Councilman Bray.
I really hope we're able to do this, but I also have to be realistic. Have to look at some of the words that are used. We're looking at the initial outlay of $126,000 for 60% to get the Army Corps of Engineers involved. That means that there's the other part, the 40%, could even exceed the $126,000 if the Corps got in and said, you got an engineer here, you got an engineer there. And then there's the expense of building what you've engineered. And that timetable, I'm aware the city has done some projects, brought them forward, but that they languished on a shelf after they were designed. I think Johnny Creek had some engineering done years ago, and a lot of people don't even know about that. What would be the timetable and the estimate for all the engineering and then the build out?
I would say it is fundraising dependent. Okay. So that's probably, so the two limiting factors with time is the Army Corps review. We've never done this. It can, we'll be leveraging our congressional staff to help push that forward. I anticipate and make sure that doesn't go to the bottom of the pile, so to speak. And two, fundraising efforts. And so all along, we're going to have to be mindful of what things cost and what we can phase out. So there's a pretty extensive playground here. You could build a $2 million playground, but you could also build a $20,000 changes. And so there's going to be parts of this schematic that, as we move into this construction design process, that we say are, one, either off the table or we're going to scale back or change. And so there's a lot of decisions to be made regarding costs. And so the big thing for us is going to be, I think getting this levee moved and dealing with the wetland area, dealing with stormwater, the parking lot, and then there's bathrooms and pavilion, and then additional amenities. And so what gets done when and what fundraising enables. But we're not going to be able to fundraise until we've committed, and so that's going to be a.
So you have to be 60% designed before the Army Corps will look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you just go start constructing it, I guarantee they'll be down here in
That's a really good point. That would be one avenue.
Do it during the shutdown.
Yeah. Do it now.
We can go find some dynamite.
We have it done, but by the time they go open their office up, it'll be done and gone.
You tear it out.
Any other questions, council? Okay.
So can we get an action to move forward on using reserves?
You're done with your presentation then?
Oh, yes.
I thought you had more to go.
No, that was it.
So, okay.
I mean, I have more pictures, but that was it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Please.
I move we authorize the expenditure of $100,000 combined with the $26,000 of existing fundraising dollars to get this process up to 60%.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by President Johnston and a second by Cheatham. Is there any other discussion on this? Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Johnston?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm assuming that I haven't seen lunch walk by yet, so.
Not an email either.
So we may as well continue on here with agenda item number 8, Historic Preservation Plan Update. Planning staff will be present to discuss a proposed historic preservation plan.
Hello, I am Terry New. I'm Assistant Planner for the City and also the Historic Preservation Commission Liaison.
The Historic Preservation Plan that you received is a roadmap for the Historic Preservation Commission and historic preservation in the city. It contains a brief history of Pocatello and historic preservation efforts within Pocatello. The plan then transitions into goals and objectives for the HPC, and they have started to work on some of those action items. So as I was reviewing it this week, I started seeing that we are making some progress on those, and I thought that was pretty exciting. And so what I need from you today is just direction. We would like to have this plan adopted as a resolution by you, but we need to know if you would like to have that a public hearing prior to that, or if you would just like to adopt it as a resolution. We did have a public meeting about 10 months ago. It was last March, where we got a lot of feedback from some citizens, mostly downtown business owners. And the gist of it was that they wanted more outreach and more public relations. And so that's actually some of the action items that we have been working toward, is to have more of those. We do have an open house that's scheduled for February 6th for commercial business owners and their tenants, to kind of let them know what they have, things that are available for them to restore their buildings. So we are kind of working toward these action items. So that's all.
I thought the history piece contained was fascinating.
It was.
Things there I did not know about this city.
Yeah.
I only had one thing. I went through that and read it in detail and loved it. It was just awesome. On page 22 of the report, 313 West Center Street. Is that really the Valentine building?
No, it is not. As I was reading that, I noticed that we do have a couple typos, and that's one of them. 313 is the old First American Title building. I think it's the Kane. The Kane building. No, not the Kane. The Kane's across.
It's misidentified anyway.
Yes, it is. And I have identified all of those, and I will be getting with the consultant, and they will correct those. I just wanted to meet with you before I contacted them.
So at this point, I really would like to see public input.
Okay.
That's just my own personal preference, because there aren't nearly enough people identifying with the value of our historic preservation. And I think if we could involve more public input, it would be in our best interest.
Well, we've had a lot of council decisions relative to the interactions with Historic Preservation Committee and landowners.
Yes, we have.
And it would be a good process to at least for the future councils to say, we had a public meeting and we vetted this stuff. And everybody was welcome to come and have their thoughts and contributions registered. And so I would go with the public hearing format.
More public input.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Never a bad thing.
Okay. Then I will schedule a public hearing before you, probably in the next month or two.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
It always helps attendance at council meetings.
Well, that's controversial.
Hopefully it won't be as big as it was last time.
I understand we got another big way coming up.
Anything yet? And I'm not seeing finance staff for a budget book presentation right now. They're probably looking at the time saying we're going to go on. Can we do I'm looking at staff, the agenda item number 10, local highway. Can we do that? You're prepared? Then let's jump up as we're waiting for lunch to get here. We'll jump up to agenda item number 10, local highway safety improvement program, South 5th Avenue Safety Improvement Project. Staff is seeking council approval to submit an application for local highway safety improvements grant for the South 5th Avenue Safety Improvement Project. The project is located along South 5th Avenue from Interstate 15 northbound off-ramp to Jason Avenue. Staff is asking for approval at this time because the grant application must be submitted by 4:30 p.m. on January 17, 2019. If the grant is awarded, council will consider acceptance of the grant at a later date. Could you put South 5th Avenue in there more often?
Mr. Mayor and Council, I have updated the staff. The estimate, the number has changed, and allow me to present an updated.
Hey, why don't you just give that to me and I can hand those out?
Of course. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Arthur Rosa, Senior Engineer.
Maggie Clark, Engineering Project Manager.
And Jeff Mansfield, Public Works Director.
Before the presentation, I think I would like to go back a little bit of history why we're here in this predicament. Back in October, Mr. Mansfield, the Public Works Director and City Engineer, has sent me to a special training talking about the available grants that is available. At that time, I saw 3 possible options. 2 of them has already been presented to the City Council, and we have submitted the grant to LTAC. We have not heard of the results yet, but we will hopefully within a short time. And then the third one, it is this one. At the time, I was thinking that I would really be interested in doing something for bridges. Unfortunately, as we look into the options, it is just, according to what they're trying to promote, it is became not a feasible option. So that's what I reported to Mr. Mansfield, and I thought nothing of it. Until approximately 2 weeks. That's when he issued another challenge to Maggie and I to see there's something that could be done. And quite frankly, Maggie and I have looked into the traffic accidents data at length to see what could be done. And in fact, she and I had a lot of discussions on different options available that we saw. What I think would be beneficial to the city, unfortunately, it falls into those categories that LTAC program would not fund. And then that is when I give her credit and say, what about South 5th? And we looked into it a little bit better, thought of options, how to do it, and then we very quickly sketched together a project on what we can do. The council would know that it is a project that is in our radar, and we were going to build this project using our internal monies. And after we have come to an agreement that we could pursue, we seeked permission from Mr. Mansfield and other internal staff. We felt that we should be able to present this to LTAC and be successful. And of course, there's one step, and that is come before the council to get your permission.
We just found out about this grant application, I believe it was the last week of December, first week of January, and I forwarded the email on to Art and Maggie and asked them to identify a project within the city that really would qualify or be a good candidate for this funding. And so they've gotten together and identified this project out on South 5th and Jason that really we've had on our radar for a while. We've recognized, I've been in discussions with the mayor and Tom, and Art and Maggie regarding, ADA ramps and crosswalks and things to really help improve that intersection. And so this funding really fits right within that same line of where we were originally planning on going with that intersection anyway.
Mr. Mayor, I'm very in favor of what has been presented to us. I think there's a safety issue that I couldn't quite see on here. I drive that road regularly going to the connector, and I see people walking, and it's just unsafe the way it is under the interstate there. And so I'm in favor of this, and I think even maybe a little bit more to increase the safety there.
And we, to address that a little bit, we recognize that as well. And I don't know if you recall, but recently ITD has gone in and put new sidewalks there on the north side of South Fifth under the underpass. There's a block there just to the east a little bit that still needs some sidewalks. And our goal is to maybe try to incorporate some of those other safety features into this project as well, depending on funding availability.
I'm in favor.
My comment was going to be, I agree with your comment. You know, when we've had snacks with the mayor and heard from citizens, this is something that I've heard brought up before as well. So I think it's a very good idea to get moving on this. So I would make a motion that we authorize application for this grant.
Second.
So I'm not going to give it to President Johnston. I'll go with you. So we have a motion by Councilwoman Adamson and a second by Councilwoman Lurick. We have some comment.
Just a question. There's a reference in here to data on traffic accidents and near misses. Where's the data on near misses accumulated?
The LTAC we back up a little bit. Traffic accidents are reported and collected by our police department, and on every year that information is downloaded to the state government, and LTAC they have collected all these accidents for us to analyze. They are not to the latest date. The latest they have is to the year 2016. Even 2017 has not been uploaded to them, but it will. So the traffic accidents data that we used to analyze is from 2016 backwards to 5 years. In other words, 2011 to 16.
That accounts for the accidents. What about the near misses?
So let me comment on that a little bit. So we actually have an engineering staff member who lives in that neighborhood close by there. There's also a member of an employee of ITD that also lives in that neighborhood. We've been out and observed the intersection, and so I think a lot of the data or the information that we've gotten regarding near misses has just come from observation of the operation of the intersection.
Have landowners who will be affected by this been addressed?
We are not taking any new right-of-way from anyone. All the projects, it is going to be done within the city-owned right-of-way.
But have the adjoining landowners been addressed by this who will be affected?
We have not looked into that, no, sir.
Rick, what would you suggest in the way of
Well, I'm still getting heat from our project over off Jefferson.
Yeah.
Those landowners are deadly opposed to that proposed sidewalk project.
But we had a hearing.
We did.
Yeah.
And they came in and told us they didn't want it, and we did it anyway.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if the same process is going
Isn't that the way
on.
government's supposed to perform?
I think there's a difference in the two projects. One of them is, well, they really didn't. I don't think that the homeowners care if we put a sidewalk in there as much as they care that we put a median on Jefferson. And
they don't want the sidewalks, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I recognize they don't want the sidewalks, but they really, more than that, they don't want the median on Jefferson. I think the real argument there is on Jefferson. That we're not impeding traffic from flowing here. What we're doing is trying to get pedestrian traffic from one side of 5th Street, which is 5 lanes, is that correct, to the other side of 5th Street safely. And some of those safety concerns for the pedestrians there, we're not in the neighborhood itself as much. We're on the highway is where we are with this project.
There's one commercial thing there, 2 commercial properties, I think.
Councilman, are you referring to the Alameda Jefferson safety improvement project we did, or are you referring to the recent sidewalk grant that we applied for?
The sidewalk grant is what he's referring to, but, and so, they are not in favor of the sidewalks, there's no question, but.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the landowners who will be affected by this have been involved in the process.
Do you know how many landowners are right there that will be affected by this?
Yes, yes. At the east side of the project, there is a commercial establishment. And because our proposal would be to establish sidewalks, the sidewalks there are, number one, not in good condition. Number two, they are not ADA compliant. So when we do a project, we are obligated to upgrade them. As a consequence of that, their driveways, which is essentially the entire length of their property, would be reduced. It would be approximately in front of the common sense driveway, about the same size.
Okay. So would you suggest public outreach? What are your?
I'm just asking the question if we're doing something without consulting those who will be affected.
Yeah. I think that you can look into visiting with neighbors and stuff there. I think the question is, are we okay applying for the grant? Now, that there's nothing that says we will get the grant, but if we apply for it, this will be back in front of the city council again to accept the grant and all of that stuff. And so I think what I'm hearing from Councilman Cheatham is if we go ahead and vote in favor of applying for this before it comes back in front of us, you probably should talk to the neighbors and find out where we are, because we are getting beat up on the other one still. But, so is that kind of what you're saying? So
exactly.
Definitely, that's something that we could do.
Some direction that you might want to look at,
right?
So that they know what's happening. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, so we have a motion by Adamson and a second by Lurick. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Adamson?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Johnston?
Yes.
Super. Thank you. Hear any word yet? We're going to keep going if.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shoot, we could have ordered it and been here by now.
Could have set up.
We could have
That's right.
had Uncle Jim's bring it in.
So while we will.
Run in the back of the chair, okay?
Okay. We're going to go to the budget book in 2 seconds when she walks through that door.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'll get this stuff.
With the exception of if it's already back there and they just forgot to let us know that.
Okay. Lunch is here, sir.
Oh, it is here?
It's been here and set up for a while.
Oh, okay. Then what we're going to do.
I was late coming in here, sorry.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Ashley. I appreciate you being ready to go. We'll do that as soon as we get back from lunch. We'll go ahead and break for lunch. When we get back, we will start with agenda item number 9. For joining us after our lunch break. It's been a long day so far, and we've got a little bit more to go. So we'll go ahead and get started on agenda item number 9, fiscal year 2019 budget book presentation. Finance staff will be present to review the city's new fiscal year 2019 budget book. Ashley.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Ashley Welsh, Senior Accountant. And we're just going to give a brief overview of the FY19 annual budget. we had brief. We had changed the way we presented our budget book last year in hopes of getting the budget award, and we did get the budget award. So this year we're going to kind of go over with you some of the things that we changed and how to kind of make it. We mostly wanted to get the award and make it easier for both council and the citizens of Pocatello to kind of see what the budget's all about. We still have the budget book that we used to get before. It kind of helps. There's a lot of detail in there. There's 2 in the mayor's office if you guys needed to look at anything, or if you have any questions, you can always contact finance staff and we can help you look at it. Okay, so this is just what we're going to go over. The purpose of the budget book, the budget award criteria, so you kind of have an idea of what we had to do to get this award, and then the review of the budget book by section, so you can see all the sections listed there. Hopefully we can get through it pretty quick. If you have any questions on anything, go ahead and stop me. So the purpose of our budget book is to give an overview of the budget process and decisions made during that process. It also shows how the city is planning for the future. There's like some financial forecasts in there, some things that we see that might happen in the future. We list those in there. It also shows the citizens of Pocatello where their money's going, so it gives more transparency, easier for them to look at, and if they have any questions, they can kind of look through here and maybe be able to figure them out. So the budget award criteria, we earned the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for our FY 2018 budget, which is basically the exact same as this. We have added a little bit more to the 19 budget to try to make it a little bit better. So we get this award from the GFOA, and in order to receive it, there's 3 reviewers, and at least 2 of them have to rate the complete document proficient or outstanding on all 4 overall categories and all mandatory criteria. So here you can see that there's 14 mandatory things that are required for your budget document to have. Some of them are easy, like a table of contents, an organizational chart. Other ones are a lot more detailed when you get into the 3 to 4 year consolidated and fund financial schedules, and some of the like financial policies and processes. They're a lot more detailed than the others. So in our first budget document that we sent, we received outstanding ratings on our budget overview, the budget process, our 3 or 4 year consolidated and fund financial schedules, our fund balance explanations, revenues, and we got outstanding ratings for our use of charts and graphs to help explain what is in the budget. And some of the comments that we got, some of the things that we need to improve on, the impact of capital investments on the operating budget. Last year during the budget cycle was the first time we actually went forth and kind of did a capital improvement plan. So I was expecting, last year we didn't even really have a capital improvement plan in our budget. So I think this year we're gonna get some better comments, and it'll just keep getting better and better as we kind of work through that process together. Unit goals and objectives, they really, really want council or staff to have specific goals for departments, divisions, or specific goals for the city as a whole. So that's one of the things that I know we had talked about during budgeting is maybe having a strategic planning session where you guys get together and kind of work out some of the things that you want, the mission for the city and where you see us going. If you go out and look at Boise's budget, they have a really, really great strategic plan in their budget, and it just kind of goes over, you know, kind of what they're working for, and then they tie those into what the departments are doing and how what the departments are doing ties to the overall goal of the council. And that's something that the GFOA really likes to see, is that, you know, your departments are actually working together for the overall good of the city. So that's something that I think we can definitely, hopefully work on for 2020, but something that we can at least start working on now. Okay, so we're gonna start with the introduction. We start out with a picture, table of contents, but the introduction starts with a copy of the budget award from the previous year. And then you can see the Pocatello City Council goals. We're required to have them in there. These were last updated in January of 2006. So these were things that in the notes when we got them back on the comments, They really, really wanted to see these updated. So I'm sure they're gonna say that again about this budget book. So that's something, like I said, hopefully we can work towards. Even if we kind of just take this outline and maybe update them a little bit, I think it would be better than doing nothing at all.
So Ashley, I'll tell you, we've already started that process.
That is good. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, I won't harp on that anymore then. Okay, then we have just a basic organizational chart, and then we have our budget message. So this is just kind of a brief overview of what is going to be included in the budget. There's an overview of the total amounts, a comparison to last year. We kind of go over some highlights of the operating and the capital budget, and just kind of how we think we're doing financially. Our bond ratings, how our reserves are doing, employment trends, things like that. We also go into a community profile, which lists some of the entertainment, athletic events, recreation, a lot of the things that Pocatello offers, as well as a little bit of a brief history. There's also demographics, as updated as I could get them, and some community comparisons. So the next section is the budget overview section. So this kind of shows how the city's set up based on like our funds, what those funds are and kind of what their purpose is. You can see an overall budget summary on page 15. You have your revenues and your expenditures on there. And then on page 17, it goes into the budget process. So I explained it kind of in 3 different ways. I used this little chart here to kind of show the timeline and the process. And then on page 18, just like a written summary of what we do during each phase of the budget. And then on 19, you have the budget calendar. So 3 different ways of showing, how we go about the process. And I guess if, any citizens had any questions, they could look at the process to know where, they need to be involved. We're also looking at doing some public outreach. We wanted to try to do some towards the beginning of the budget cycle and maybe some towards the end, so we're gonna work and kind of see where we get on that. And then we have the 10-year reserve balance totals. So these are the 10-year reserve balances for all of the department divisions, or I think it's actually by fund, that we track. And you guys remember that big sheet that shows fund balance, how much we're required to have, and how much excess we have. And so it kind of just lists on there. So out of all of these, the general fund and the recreation fund are the only ones that are short the 25% goal, and it lists that on there. The other ones have excess reserves, which we will go over in the budgeting process to be able to be used as council sees fit. So those are just charts in there that kind of shows over the last 10 years where their fund balance has been.
Ashley, you said the general fund, and what was the second one?
Recreation.
Recreation.
Yep.
So Ashley, do you put notes in here why the funds are below at all? For example, recreation was above and then we burned it down purposely.
I don't know if, since we've had the reserve policy, I don't think that recreation has ever been above.
Oh, we haven't been? Okay, I was
Because that policy's 3 years old, I think.
Yeah, we've been doing it.
And so we haven't ever been above. We've probably used reserves, but that was before our reserve policy was in effect. And so we could have burned more than what we can
I
now.
thought we went into the reserves for the Highland shed or something.
Yeah, and we also moved zoo into recreation, so that kind of brought him down a little bit too.
Okay.
So I don't have explanations as to why, but I do have what percentage they're at. General fund's at 98%. We're hoping that when we get through some of the work we're doing right now, we'll be over 100%, and recreation's at 74%. So both of those funds are getting better every single year. On page 29, I've outlined a residential cost of service, just kind of a breakdown so people can see based on the property tax rate, how much we're gonna have an increase and how much of each of, like, I did $100 assessed value, so you could see, okay, this is how much I'm paying, $1.15 per $100 of valuation, and kind of where all of that's going. Also broke down the utility charges, so you can see based on average utility charges, and that comes from the rate study. They say the average customer uses this much, what the rates will be and the increases to to those rates. And then on page 30, there's just a 10-year history of personnel. And then the next section is the 5-year financial forecast. So the first couple pages just kind of go over the methodology. We use a lot of, like the AIC, they kind of give us some guidance. This is strictly just for, we're just looking at it. We're not saying this is exactly what it's going to be. But I basically just said, okay, property tax is going to be estimated at a 3% per year. It says plus new construction. So I think we just estimated what that was going to be based on previous history. And so as you can see, I did the general fund, the street fund, and then the enterprise fund. So basically the major funds in the city, so that you can kind of see, hey, if things keep going, salaries and wages, we presume that they would increase 2% annually, and the employee benefits would do 12% annually. So it kind of shows you, mostly in the general fund, if things kind of keep going the way they go. And then I also used the CPI average, so everything kind of increases across the board. You can see that, you know, your property taxes are going to have to go up, and it kind of just gives you an idea of what could possibly happen if things just keep going exactly as they're going. So they're just rough estimates, but the GFOA likes when you're looking forward to the future, so that you can kind of see, hey, what are we going to need to try to plan for? So that's why those are in there. You can read like the major assumptions, but I kind of went over most of those for you. The next section that starts on page 43 is revenue information. So it kind of just goes over where the revenue comes from. It breaks it down by major source and fund. And then starting on page 49, it goes over all of the major revenues that we actually go over in budgeting. So it kind of shows you a 10-year history of those, and also any assumptions that we take into play when we're estimating the revenue for the budget year. So these should be pretty familiar to you guys, because I know that we talk about them a lot, but I just wanted to kind of show you a history. And we usually go over history in the budgeting process, but it's also in this budget book if you needed to look at it. And then the biggest section starts on page 65, and this is department summaries. So it's basically goes over everything that we budget for, and it breaks it down by department division. So there, as you can see, lots of pages. If you go to page 75, this is an example. This is for finance, so this one's easy for me to go over with you guys. So for every department division, we have listed the mission statement and then the department highlights. And these come from the service reports that usually come out in March or April when we start, the budgeting process. So you can kind of see what the department has achieved for the last completed year. On the next page, you can see that the where the revenue comes from for that specific department division, what the expenditures are, and then how many people are in there, the authorized personnel. And then the chart below shows how much of the general fund finance kind of takes up, so it breaks that out for you. There's also an explanation of any changes that occur. So if anything moves in between from one line to another, it's going to be in here. But you can see for ours, we had to add money because of the audit and the GASB 45, and then the personnel changes. A lot of them you'll see the insurance changes is the biggest, or if there were any new employees added, it'll show those at the bottom. So we're not going to talk about all of those because that takes up most of it. The capital improvement and debt starts on page 287. So most of this, like I said, is new for 2019. 2018 had a little bit, but we tried to go more into depth for 19. So we have our capital improvement overview. We have like our total capital for the city, and then what we actually consider a capital in our capital improvement plan, which we went over. It kind of shows the process. So it all starts with the department heads saying, hey, we need this capital item. They try to tell us where they're going to get the funding sources from, and we try to put together a 5-year plan include it with the annual budget and implement it. So on page 290, this is the scoring that we put together. We can change it. It's just something that I found that I thought would work for us, just to kind of score and give weight to certain projects that we're looking at. And if we have more time this year, we can actually go through this process together and score them together. This year was kind of, I didn't really know what was going on, so I was just trying to put something together for you guys. So this is definitely something that we can go over together when it gets to that point in the budget.
So on 294, where we're getting out into years ahead, we should be planning
yes.
to get that developed.
And so at the beginning of this budget cycle, we're going to do the same thing, send out requests for any big capital improvement projects, which is anything over 100,000. The explanation, I think, is at the beginning, if you guys want to look the difference between a capital expenditure and a capital improvement. So each department submits those, and for this year, since we really didn't have time to go over it, I just kind of put everything in there so that you could see what people were requesting. But for next year, I would like us to all go over it together and maybe score them and see what we definitely want to have in there. So for the 2019, those are things that we've committed. Anything after that, it's just, we're looking at doing it. We're not obligated to do it. It's just something that we're thinking that might be good to do.
That's where our leadership needs to be exerted
yes,
as well.
And I agree. So that's something that we definitely want to do this year, is to bring those forward to you guys. We also go over some significant capital expenditures. So we go over everything that's recurring and non-recurring. And then the significant non-recurring are the capital improvement projects, because they're these big projects that we're not planning on doing again. So you can see the list of those and kind of the purpose of those projects listed below. And then where the money is coming from for our current year of funding. Most of it's coming from reserves. Then we go into debt service, kind of some of the, let's see. We have general obligation bonds, water revenue, and WPC revenue bonds, so it shows the total debt of the city. We also go and show that per state code, we have a 2% limitation. So we actually, if you look on page 299, have an unused debt capacity of 47 million. So that's really, really good. We have very little debt in comparison to our overall assessed valuation. So we are well under the state mandated code. Okay, and then the very last, was there a question?
Debt outstanding is negative?
I think I had to subtract it to see what we had unused. So you have your allowable debt. So we're allowed to have 49 million in debt per Idaho state code. We only have 1.9 million in general obligation debt. So that's where the 47 million comes from. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the last section of the book is just schedules and summaries. So it just has the budget ordinance, the proposed fee changes are in there. If anyone wanted to look at those, there's also our financial policies are listed in here, and a glossary of terms for anyone that might not know what something is. They can go to the back. And most of the items that I thought were questionable to just a normal person are back there. So those hopefully will help people better understand the budget book. That's all I have. So if there's any questions, comments.
I like this format. Thanks for all your work on that.
Okay.
That's the fastest 300 pages I've ever
I
read.
know.
340 pages. We couldn't get Tom out of 15 pages in an hour.
Yeah, but you're going to be tested on this, right?
That's right. That's right.
You'll get a test.
Maybe an open book test.
Yeah, no kidding. Any questions for Ashley? Super. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you, Ashley. That's good.
Thank you.
Okay, then we'll move to agenda item number 11. 244 West Center Street, Monarch Building update. Staff will be available to give an update on the Monarch Building located at 244 West Center Street.
Lynn Transtrom, I'm building official for the city of Pocatello. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I've been requested to provide information and field questions on the status of the Monarch building located in the 200 block of West Center Street. The mayor and I have been approached numerous times in regard to the city's role in finding a solution to the potential dangers of the building, both to the general public and to the adjacent neighbors. Your direction on how we proceed on this will be very valuable to us. I furnished you each with a timeline, just kind of showing the events that have taken place chronologically, and I've got all the supporting documents to back those up if you would like further information regarding each of those items on the timeline. At that point, the owners are present as well, if you have any questions of them, along with the adjacent property owners. So with that, the building caught fire on September 12th, 2014, and there's been any number of events take place since then. Do you have any questions regarding that timeline?
What are we hoping to accomplish by this experience that we are going to have in the next few minutes?
Well, that's kind of my question as well to you. I don't know how to proceed with this particular project. There's some options that are there. I guess we would have the options to abate it with city funds. Potentially, we would have the ability to hold the owners liable for it. I feel like the city has a certain amount of liability on this building because we have written documentation that there are dangers associated with it, and by us just ignoring those dangers, if there is an accident, I think we would be liable or have some liability involved in it. Previously, we had a building on Main Street. It was called the Mountain Folk Building. It suffered a fire, similar situation, and it collapsed and fell into Main Street. It just happened to do it in the middle of the night. If it would have done it during the middle of the day or injured persons, that's kind of what our job is, at least the building department's job is to look towards remedying dangerous buildings.
Do we have structural engineers that have said that this building or stamped that this is a safe building or it's a dangerous building? Is it stable? How sound is the building?
Yeah, originally Jerry Myers, the architect downtown, following the fire, hired an independent structural engineer out of Boise that has expertise in historic buildings. He came down, he reviewed the building, he did an analysis of it, and he presented us he presented Jerry with a report that states that this building is dangerous and has the potential for collapse. So in my opinion, we've kind of been put on notice that this building has dangers to it. The owners have pulled out a demolition permit on it. They've worked on it for a year, 2 years, someplace along the line. They were going for an extension of the demolition permit, and our comment back to them was we were more than willing to work with granting them an extension, but due to the amount of work that has taken place in it, we wanted an updated structural report telling us that this building is safe enough that we don't need to worry about collapse into the middle of the street. We have not received anything back on that at present.
Would it be appropriate for us to hear comments from the owners?
Well, I'm curious, we haven't heard anything. When did we ask for that?
Looks like on February 13th, they requested an extension, and they received a letter on February 23rd from the building department reiterating the request for reevaluation of the structural safety of the building. And they were sent a second letter on April 2nd requesting that response for the structural analysis a second time on April 2nd. On April 8th, an email came in stating that they would provide the letter from the structural engineer as requested. And that basically is the last response that I've had from them.
So do we currently have a demolition permit that's active, or?
The building, following a request to Mayor Blad from Old Town Pocatello Incorporated and the Historic Old Town Pocatello Foundation Board of Directors, requesting us to proceed with the condemnation process. That was back in January 30 of 2017. We did go ahead at that point in time and we posted the building and recorded a condemnation notice against the building and an order to abate. And from that point on, that's just to kind of summarize what took place. The owners at that point in time came in and requested a demolition permit, which again started to satisfy that request to abate the order to abate the dangerous building. They worked on that, eventually went through asking for an extension of time. Construction Board of Appeals listened to that, granted them the extension, which led us up to the recent time here when they were requesting a secondary extension to that. And as I said, we were willing to work with them on that, but we wanted reassurance that the building was structurally sound before we proceeded any further with extensions.
Okay, if you'd like to
I'd
visit
like
with
to hear
them, by
from
all
the
means.
owners.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll sit here for support.
Hello. Oh, do we have to say who we are?
Yeah.
Perfect. Allie Gorney, owner of Monarch.
Tiffany Wilson, owner of the Monarch Building. Hello, Mayor and City Council. Where shall we start?
Yeah.
Well, it sounded like we had a question for you.
Do we in fact have any structural integrity reports?
Yes. Simple answer, yes. There have been a few different structural reports done on the Monarch Building. One that was done early on in 2014 when the building burned, and then a follow-up was done shortly thereafter. And I'd be happy to provide a copy, because a copy of those structural reports really contains a lot of meat of why we're proceeding the way we are. And in that report, the report states that the structural integrity of the foundations is solid. There's also reports that have confirmed the structural integrity of the First Nationals foundations, as well as the Paris, both buildings that share walls with the Monarch. And based upon those things and the recommendations from that structural report, the one thing that was unclear is, at the time of the evaluation, there was debris everywhere in the building, and it did not allow the structural engineers to do a thorough visual examination. And since that's been our action, is to remove enough of the debris so we can actually do a full evaluation. And it's taken a lot of time. It's taken more time than we originally estimated, but we are pursuing that scope, and we've found engineers to work with on both the architecture side and pursuing the request that Lynn Transtrom had, so we can extend our demo permit. And that individual is here, Crystal, sitting back there. So at this point, we have Crystal has done a initial site site visit, and we right now have developed an initial scope and are pursuing that scope. A challenge that we're having to get to that point is it's kind of the chicken or the egg. So the building has been condemned, and we're not, and those structural reports are based upon some of the information in those structural reports. But because there wasn't a full evaluation done of the building, and we know that the foundations are solid, our goal is to identify piece-wise what pieces of the building really have to go and which ones don't. And that's what we want to pursue. We want to be able to rebuild the building to local code. We're not trying to cut corners or anything like that, but it's a large building. There, a lot has happened in the past 4 years. And we would like to really do the right thing and just have enough opportunity to fully evaluate it, working with local engineers to pursue the scope. And what we're really asking is for time to pursue that. We know we've taken on a major liability for us, and I know the city has liability there as well. But we aren't going to quit. We're at no point in this process are we going to stop. And that's where we are right now. It's taken us more time than we anticipated, definitely. But we are still pursuing the scope as recommended, and really would love to be able to pursue this additional scope for the structural scope, so then we can have the building reevaluated as it's not dangerous, so ultimately removing the condemnation notice.
Can I just get some clarification? So you got some letters from our building official in April requesting the additional structural reports, and then I'm just wanting to make sure I understand. So then you got in touch with Crystal. When did you contact Crystal?
Immediately.
Like in April?
I'll have to double check my records. It was spring. It was spring 2018. We contacted her and to do the initial site visit, and we've been steadily progressing that way. The biggest challenge with this project is, to be honest, it has been challenging to find a person willing to take it on. And now that we have,
I mean, everybody's pretty busy right now. Builders, engineers, architects, they're pretty busy, and this is a pretty fully loaded project. So to get somebody, and the economy's doing well, to take on a fully loaded project like this is a lot to chew on when people are busy. So took a minute to find somebody to jump on board with us.
So help me understand, what's the delay then from April till now? That's a lot of months. So how come it's taking so long?
It's taking so long because there's the structural evaluation is, it's complicated, and doing a thorough evaluation takes time. But beyond that, initially it was really challenging to find a structural engineer willing to take it on. And when we met Crystal, it wasn't challenging anymore, because we could work through the scope piecewise in a phased approach that ties to our plan for the business strategy side, but also take into account all of the safety, especially public safety, and any concerns from the city. But we are challenged because the condemnation notice basically states that this is a dangerous building, don't go in the building. But I don't know how to proceed to perform the work on the building necessary when people aren't supposed to enter. And that is really probably the most challenging component, is getting over that hurdle, proving that the building does have structural integrity, which parts, removing the parts that are damaged, replacing them. And The difference with the Monarch building is just it's a large building, so there's a lot of scope, and we have to take it in pieces. It's not something we can do all at once because of limited ingress and egress, and we'd have to shut down the street. So it's taking more time than we thought, but we're pursuing the scope as recommended by the city. We intend to rebuild it according to local building code, and pursue the structural repairs recommended by Crystal and A&E Engineering.
Does she have those repair recommendations available?
We have a scope of what we intend to pursue, a recommended scope, and it outlines what the initial cleanup that we've done to date, as well as the proposed scope to continue down this path. And I have it here that I can provide.
So I might just ask Crystal if you'll come up to the table. No, not necessarily, unless the council wants a copy of it, then we could. So you've been in
And A&E Engineering.
Crystal, you've been in the building.
Yes.
You've given an assessment.
So what I have done is no different than the two other engineers who have gone through the building, which is a visual analysis. What we're concerned about is the structural system, and right now, really all you can see, except for in the parts that have been damaged by the fire and the water putting out the fire, is the finish system. So one thing that they've been working on is that finish system needs to be removed. I need to be able to see the structure, I need to be able to see the connections, which if you read the two other reports, which I'm pretty much in agreement with, not to say what you said was wrong, but it doesn't necessarily say that there's so much damage that it needs to be taken down. It says that maybe the feasibility, the cost to repair it might be too high to make the repairs. And I don't think you can look at the building as a whole. I think you need to break it down. The first floor, yeah, it's probably about 90. The roof, 100% damage. The first floor, 90% damage. But as you get lower to the basement, I mean, it's clear down to 20% damage when you get down there, and that's the part that's holding up the building. So that should be a good sign to you guys that, you know, the bottom is least damage and it's holding up what it needs to above it. And I would like to also mention the building's dangerous, but we really need to know, is it dangerous for occupancy? Is it dangerous for what it's intended to use, or is it really dangerous to the public at this time? And I think on a day-to-day basis of things that go on, unless there's a huge natural disaster, the building's safe to the public. I mean, I know was a chance to cause damage to the buildings neighboring them because of loose bricks and things, and those things have, for the most part, been taken care of.
I'm looking at a timeline here. We're almost 5 years. This September will be 5 years out, and really nothing's happened. We're really kind of back to the first point and done an assessment. It seems to me like something should be happening other than a third structural assessment that says we got to get deeper. I mean, 5 years out. And the other part of it is several years ago, when the Chief Theater burned down, I think the city lost $500,000 of insurance money because they didn't respond in 5 years and use that money, redirect that money, so it went off the table. Are you guys running against any limitations like that for repairing your building, or?
How do you mean?
You had to rebuild the theater or get a suitable replacement. I'm trying to remember this. It's a long time back, but you had to get suitable replacement to claim the insurance money that was there for it. It was a stipulation.
I would say no, because they didn't purchase it until 2017. So really, they've only been the owners since after.
So you are the owners of the damaged building.
Yeah, at the moment, so we purchased the building just about the same time that the letter to condemn the building
Okay.
was made official. So
So-
that was March 21st, 2000.
So you are potential investors in the damaged building?
Well, we're Pocatello citizens. We're ISU
Yeah.
alumni. We're investors. We own a real estate investment company. Yes,
Okay.
we do this on purpose.
If I may, Mayor, we fully disclosed to these gals that the condemnation was coming prior to their purchase of the
Yep.
building.
Okay.
They were made aware of where the city was going with that. And to kind of address your question on the insurance, the previous owners did have an insurance claim on that. And at a point in time, the city had written that insurance company letters trying to place a claim on some of the insurance money for the cleanup of that structure. Basically, the insurance company paid the original owners off. That money got reinvested into other businesses for them, and then they had a slight amount left over. They used that to do an initial demolition of the interior. When they run out of money, that's when it stopped, and that's when these folks purchased the building, and knowing that it was a condemned structure.
Okay. And so, I guess I'm trying to figure out why we're here. Are we supposed to intercede and say, move ahead with condemnation? Are we supposed to say, work with them, get it built? I'm trying to figure out what our role is here.
Well, first of all, it's been 5 years.
Yeah.
And so we needed an update. There's been a number of people that have contacted us, and Lynn represented that, both Lynn and I, about the building and what we're doing with the building. There are concerns with the building falling into the road. There are concerns about the building falling into the building itself, and if that happens, there are concerns that either side, the parish or the First Nash, will fall in with it. There's concerns with rodents cats. It's a cat or rodent?
At my house, it
It is to me, but there's feral cats in.
Yours or somebody else's?
That's right. That's true. They're in there. There's concerns and issues with flooding when it rains, and then the snow and ice in the basement with the expansion and stuff when the water freezes and stuff. There's been many concerns there that people have brought to us, and so.
I guess I'm trying to understand whether this is a government action or a civil action. Because I would think that a lot of those concerns are due to neighbors and the impact on neighbors, and I don't know we're supposed to mitigate civil actions like this.
Well,
If I may, in a sense, I feel like it's part of the city's responsibility because we have adopted codes regarding building safety and they're taking care of derelict structures. And that kind of falls under that category. So when you ask why we're here, from my perspective, why we're here is just to ask your opinion as a council as to which direction you would like us to go, whether you would like us to extend the ability for these folks to proceed, or you would like for us to take a harder hand action towards abatement of it. That would be my request as to what I'm looking for.
Council President.
I guess the bottom line is I would like to know what your plans are and what we can believe in so that we can make a decision. Can you tell me what your timeline would be, I guess? Allie?
In general, yes. And I say in general because of how the scope works out. You know, you have to peel it apart and analyze it as you go to see how much you have to remove completely and how much can stay and get resupported and restructured. But the ultimate goal is, or the plan is to make it a boutique hotel. Currently, the boutique hotel market is doing fantastic and it's set to keep increasing, so business viability's there with that. And then that's in part of it. Ground floor, commercial space, how much depends on the final design. And then the back half of it, we are working with Zoo Idaho to put in a butterfly exhibit. And what that is basically an educational extension from the zoo. So that way they can have another place to educate the public on, in this case, monarch butterflies. And like I said, everything kind of develops. So if there's more to it by the time it's done, then, well, we think that's cool.
Well, that's a lot of money.
Yes.
What's your time frame?
Okay, time frame for
The structural, it's starting with the structural components from an engineering standpoint. After the structural repairs are in place, the construction that we have in our timeline is roughly 1 year, and roughly 1 year of construction. So from today, we'd be looking at spring 2021 is our estimate for because design, structural repairs, and that comes first, and then after that, getting into construction to reconstruct the building. We're looking at spring 2021 to have it open to the public. And of course, what Ali was saying is that's contingent upon all these things. So if we can't get approval, then that shifts. And the more challenges we have to overcome, the longer the timeline gets extended. But what we've done in the meantime is we've developed a business plan for the hotel, for the butterfly exhibit. We've partnered with Zoo Idaho Zoological Society, the zoo's nonprofit, to then operate the butterfly exhibit. And through all of these things and the economic benefits, we're looking at roughly 20 jobs starting with engineering, construction, and then hotel operations. And what makes this project much more feasible than it was 5 years ago,
even 2,
or actually even since we bought it, one of the things that's on our side the most is the Monarch building is designated in an opportunity zone. And an opportunity zone here for us is a tax incentive for investors, private investors, to come in, invest substantial amounts of money, and have deferred capital gains.
And that money will be held, to get the full benefits of that tax incentive. You hold it for 5 to 10 years. So that's long-term, it's long-term money, which isn't bad.
But the planning component, and I know, someone mentioned that not a lot has happened in 5 years. And I can definitely see that perspective and understand why that's the case. But overall, we purchased the Monarch building March 21st, 2017. During our due diligence period, we understood that this was a condemned building. This is what our real estate company does. We set up this company specifically for projects like this. We bought it as a discount because we knew the status, and we went into it knowing that this isn't going to be easy. This is part of the plan. Of course, we wanted for it to happen sooner, but from an economic standpoint, we have more on our side today than we ever have, and we have more community support. We do have investment money available, but getting over this hurdle with the condemnation notice and giving private money investors reassurance that this is a viable project is really challenging. And so what we've done more so, where you're not seeing action and the building changing, we're developing a plan, and a strategic plan that will allow us to execute more feasibly than we did even a year ago when we didn't have all of this information.
So, Crystal, how long will it take to get in and get this evaluated to where they can actually do some work?
I'm going to leave the timeline as far as taking down the finish system so you can see the actual members and the connections to them. I'm going to guess a few weeks. And then the structural evaluation, which in my professional opinion is going to be this part can stay, this part needs to be redone. And I think there's a lot of guidelines. There's a guideline put out by the Secretary of Interior for rehabilitation of historic buildings like this that we can follow as well. It's going to be analyzing it and doing redesign for the new structural system go hand in hand. And I would say it's probably going to be about 4 to 6 weeks to get that completed.
Okay.
And that's undevoted time that we have no other projects to work on in our firm.
What was I gonna ask? I was thinking about what you were saying. I know what I was gonna ask. You've been asked about the timeline, and you're saying 2021. You're looking at being completed, getting in there, and of course that's contingent on all these things lining up. But a couple times it's been mentioned about money, that this is going to cost a lot of money, and you're talking about the challenges of raising money because it's condemned and all that kind of thing. So what happens to that timeline if you run into money? I mean, do you foresee having the money to complete the project?
Definitely.
And where do you have the money now, or you think that it's lined up, or where are you at with the funding of it?
So that's a great question. So I'll give you an example of another project that we're working on and how our funding structure typically works with private money investors. We are working on an 8-unit property in Old Town, kind of over by the Pokey High tennis courts. It has some pretty colorful names that people have called it over the years. But that property was distressed when we bought it. We purchased it at a discount, and we have private money investors that we work with personally that have funded the entire purchase as well as the entire renovation. How we do that from an exit strategy standpoint in the finance is they bring the money, we bring the work, and we bring the community support. We're the boots on the ground, and an outcome, we own the building, and then after the building is finished, we can refinance. So we're able to at that time refinance, pay the private money lender their money plus interest, and we absorb that loan. And this plan is all contingent upon that. But our private money investors right now, we have $225,000 into a property right now that we're pursuing this exit strategy. Do I have $1.5 million right now? No. But that's not to say that this strategy doesn't work. It's the whole moving picture, and it's working. It's just like working with the bank, but the approvals are much more.
I guess where I was going with this is my concern is that everything is contingent on everything else. So when you gave us that date, it concerns me whether that's a realistic date, because if things don't all sort of fall into place the way that ideally they would to make this work, then what happens to that date? Are we looking at another 5-10 years, or could that realistically happen?
Well, and the dates and the moving targets and the plan seems, well, like it's a plan, and there's dates associated with our other projects to put this one in line, and there's a lot of moving pieces to it, and that's what makes it an interesting project, and what makes it one that is harder to communicate, which means it's harder to communicate like this. It's also hard to communicate with a private money lender, and so putting all the plans together and putting it and laying it out is what we've been doing. And with that, we've been able to come up with the plan to make it happen. Now, is it a lot of work? Yeah, and it's not as straightforward as some of the other projects, but it's still a plan. It wasn't the easiest puzzle to pick off the shelf. It wasn't the 50-piece puzzle with big jumbo pieces. It's been the 10,000 piece puzzle that we've been putting together. But it is more of a plan than
yeah. But yes, if we encounter hurdles, of course it's going to change the timeline. But if we can give the city and the public assurance that the building is safe and there's no risk, the Monarch building is no different than any other vacant building in Old Town Pocatello, and there's a lot of them. So from a timeline standpoint, I would love to be able to give you an exact date and to hold to this, but the timeline is, if the building is safe and we can prove that and we can perform the necessary repairs to remove any liability from the city, the timeline, like if we are given the time to make those necessary repairs and do the right thing, we're absorbing all of that financial responsibility. With the building is insured, we've carried insurance since we bought it, and that's, I know, different compared to when it was owned before. But I would love to still give you a specific timeline, but I can't hold to a specific timeline. What we need right now is we need to be able to prove to you that the building structural integrity is there. We do have to, there are parts of the building that will need to get removed and replaced. There's just improvements that need to be made to continue making progress. But if we can give the city assurance and the public assurance that there is no risk to the public, and we will perform those repairs, really, I would say that's phase one. If we can do that, I feel like the notice to condemn the building can get removed, and after that, everything is much more possible. But the last thing I want to do is give you a specific timeline of when it's going to be finished, because that's far out. I'd like to stick to a small scope and start with this structural analysis and repairs.
So would it be fair to say that we need some stage timelines? Understand, would it be fair, I'll just throw this out, to say that by June 15th, we have to have the assurance of the structural integrity of the building, and if you can't provide that, then we move forward with condemnation procedures?
Hasn't Lynn already sent them that?
Pardon me?
Hasn't Lynn already requested
I'm
that
saying
like a
that
year ago?
if we set this out, they've only owned it for this period, I understand that, but are there timelines that you can keep? In other words, if we say you got to have this done by this time, can you meet that deadline? I understand the financing and all that other stuff, but it seems to me like we've got to know that we're headed somewhere. And because we've dealt with this as a abstract entity, and we need to make it more of a concrete project. And so if we know are those things fair, do you think, for us to do?
I think that's actually something very important that you bring that up. This spring 2021 date is, you guys can go in and see the Monarch Butterfly exhibit. And well before that, the finish work and those things, it's gonna have to be structurally sound. And so setting a timeline that says it needs to be structurally sound a year from now, and in 6 months from now, we know exactly what we have to do to make it that way. This part is structurally sound. This part needs a little bit of fish plating to get this reinforced a little bit. This connection needs some work. Yeah, I think that's more feasible than a long timeline.
You mentioned hotel. And I kind of know the size of the building. That looks like a hard thing to put a hotel into to meet code. I'm just guessing here.
There's definitely design constraints, for sure, but we fortunately have a back alley that will allow us fire escape access, and I am
a creative architect that has tackled some of those hurdles.
But the front of the 32 rooms that were present in the Monarch building, all of the rooms in the front half of the building are still there. They're still just like they were. There's been, of course, not all of them have doors anymore, and there's things that will need upgraded. But the rooms, literally, there's 8 rooms that are still original. There's 10,000 square feet of hardwood floors. There's the original window panes, and all of those things are still intact. What you couldn't see them before was because they were covered up in debris. And so would love to, and I know that the building is in the status that it is, but I'd love to invite you to see that with your own eyes, so you can appreciate that we're not crazy, and we're doing this on purpose. And I would also like to suggest that we hold to a regular status. You know, we can meet regular status updates for the mayor and the council at whatever interval you would prefer. Would be something we'd be happy to do. If we can have 6 months to get the formal structural plan, and then a year from now to have those upgrades.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to take issue a little bit with the statements you made a minute ago about this not being any different than any other building in Old Town Pocatello. You know, the city and Old Town Pocatello Incorporated has done a hell of a job of keeping Old Town alive over the past 10 or 15 years. You come up out of the Center Street underpass, and off to the right is a burned out hulk of a building uglying up Old Town. And I kind of resent that being compared to other vacant buildings in Old Town. I think it's time to do something down there for the benefit of Old Town.
Definitely. Yeah, that was not my intention to compare it quite that drastically. My intention was to say that the structural integrity of the building is, it's there. There are definitely repairs that need to be in place. But if we can make sure that the public is safe and we can pursue this plan to create a hotel and a butterfly exhibit, then that was my intention, not to undermine comparing it to others. I know that Monarch has quite the history and has impacted a lot of people over the years, and a lot of them it has been negative because they lost their homes. So we're definitely not putting that lightly. But from a public safety standpoint, to give you reassurance, that's everything that we're trying to do, is pursue those actions, give you reassurance that we are doing the right thing, talking with the right people, and getting the job done. But there have been additional challenges we didn't anticipate, and we are encountering them now. We're just trying to
tackle them one by one, really.
Still just get it done. We don't want to tear down the building. We don't want the city to have to do that either.
And I think I don't want to see them. I mean, anyone who knows me knows I love architecture, and particularly historic architecture, so I don't want to see it torn down if it doesn't have to be. But my other concern is that it can't just be an open-ended thing. I agree completely that ensuring public safety is the first thing. And, you know, some of that we've already done, but if we get another report and we say that it's safe, that's great. But then is it just, you know, from then on, is it sort of this indefinite project that you'll do as you get the money, or you'll do as you have the time? Or I think there needs to be, even if we were gonna say okay, then there still needs to be some end in sight. And I understand that it maybe can't be a specific date because you don't know all the variables yet, but it can't just be an open-ended thing that goes on for years and years, because that's not fair, as Rick's saying, to the other businesses in Old Town.
President Johnson.
Mr. Mayor, I am prepared to make a motion, but prior to stating that motion, I'm wondering if Stephanie Pelagi has any comments that she would find germane to the discussion or insightful for the council.
Mayor and Council, this is a very difficult situation to discuss and have to address. When our board of directors from Old Town Pocatello Incorporated and our foundation asked me on their behalf to write to the city and ask for the building condemnation process to start, there had been very little work done on the building for months, and we were quite concerned that in the current ownership that that situation would continue. So in the hopes that starting the condemnation process would either get the building cleaned up or have a new owner situation step into place was really the ultimate goal there. We were very excited about the building being purchased and the project and the potential, although continue to be concerned that the work isn't being done. There's been cleanup, there's been a lot of cleanup. And we understand the passion that Tiffany and Allie have for the building, that the previous owners had for the building. But we also have property owners with abutting properties, walls that are being shared, and businesses who are viable, thriving businesses today, and 200 plus businesses in Old Town that are being impacted by a building that continues to be an eyesore. And so while we respect the fact that there's a wonderful idea, absolutely fantastic idea, boutique hotel downtown with a monarch butterfly exhibit and a tie-in to Zoo, Idaho would be fantastic. 100% support that. The concern is when. And in the meantime, the structural integrity of the building is still a question. And I don't think any of us, the city, Old Town Pocatello Incorporated, our foundation, any property owner downtown, wants to wake up one morning and see the Monarch either on Center Street or had taken the Paris down with it. I think we have to be more proactive. And if a timeline to say 6 months or 3 months or 4 months to have Crystal do her work and really say this building is structurally savable, the potential of it taking down abutting businesses or buildings is very remote. You can say that, right? With a structural report, Crystal and Amy Engineering should be able to say that this building is safe. The crack down the front of the facade isn't a concern.
Or it just needs to get fixed.
Or just needs to be fixed. Yeah. And when will that repair happen? So that we have a better understanding of where the future is, so our other property owners and our other businesses feel more comfortable with what's happening, and the frustration is mitigated, and we can continue to grow and thrive in our downtown area knowing that something's going to happen with this building.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm very much in favor of the concept that has been presented to us. I am probably a little more intense in terms of the time frame, but I would want our city to be as cooperative as possible in making it possible for you to get the structural integrity determined and to begin the work. However, I'm not willing to go 6 months. I would go 3 months. And if we are not satisfied at 3 months, then I would suggest that we move forward and eliminate this dream. So.
You have to put it in those terms, eliminate this dream.
I know, like I was a college volleyball coach and a dream crusher. Man, I've never said
So I have I agree. I think that we can, well, he hasn't started a motion yet. And before he does the motion, I just want to get a clarification from Crystal on this integrity of this building, the structural integrity of this building. I can appreciate you saying, well, it's 2 weeks if we're not doing anything else. Well, you're going to be doing some other things, I'm certain of that. And so what's it really going to take for you to get in there and get a structural assessment on this
so my
building?
plan is to be able to go in and do an as-built of the areas that are still standing, take off some of the finish system, so you can see members and connections. The one nice thing is that it's wood, so it's very easy to identify what the members are. We'll know how much stress they can handle, and to build a 3D model and do a finite element analysis of it. At this time, we would be able to see, yes, these ones are good, these ones can handle the loads that are required by current code, and say, no, these ones may need beefed up a little bit, and also look at areas that say, okay, we definitely need to do something in this area. And then from that, you know, we would be able to put out some construction drawings that can ultimately lead to these ladies' finished goal.
What kind of timeline does it take you to do
We could have
something
that
like
done
that?
in 3 months.
So another question is, what if, and I hate to jump into what ifs.
Dream crusher.
I am a dream crusher. Right now, I'm going to be a dream crusher. What if you go in there and do that structural integrity analysis of this building, and you find out that that it's not safeable, and that it is a dangerous building and a safe building? What is the city's next step, or what are the owners' next step? I mean, once we find out if it's no good there, then what next?
Yeah, if it's not feasible, like if we are doing the analysis and it's a dangerous building and we can't rebuild it that way, well, then we take it down. And our scope changes. Right now, our current scope is to save and preserve as much as we can. If at a point you look at it and it can't get saved, then it's kind of like any other real estate investment. You decide what to do next. What do you do?
Sounds like it's going to be a volleyball court.
Yeah, you know, it really, I mean, then it's a blank slate. Then what do we do? Because now it's a whole different game.
I think a lot of the front of the building can be saved. I think there's going to be, where a lot of the remodeling is going to be done for the Monarch display is going to be in the back where most of the damage is done. And I think there will be a way to save the exterior facade. Make sure it's structurally sound for the neighbors, and then do an independent interior system so it keeps the historical downtown history, but still can be usable space.
Okay.
So when you do your analysis, it'll probably be two faceted. One, how sound is it? What needs to be replaced? That's the first part. The second part is, this is really in sorry shape, but how do we figure out how to take all this down without taking down adjoining buildings?
Yes.
Is that?
So that is going to be a large challenge, the exterior walls. And my fee to Allie and Tiffany includes getting an expert to come in and help with those things, but it's not impossible.
Okay, but I'm saying you're doing two type of analysis. One, how do we build it back up? Two, how do we safely take it down if it's not feasible to reinforce it here and there?
If I need to go to that second analysis, yes, but I'm hoping we won't have to.
But I'm just saying that's just the two.
Yes, and if you look at the scope that she was talking about, it talks about doing two separate analysis, one as is and one once we determine how it is.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, can I add on that?
Sure.
Will your assessment include, I mean, you're assessing the Monarch building, their building, but will you include a risk assessment of those adjoining walls to the, the abutting businesses?
I think that kind of lays hand in hand, because if they're sound, they're sound. If they're not, they're going to have to be reinforced. But they're shared walls, so they're going to have to be saved.
They will be part of this assessment, though.
Yes.
Okay.
And I should clarify that not the entire length of all the walls are shared. Some of the Paris is shared and some of it is not.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we permit our building inspector to allow these people to move forward and give us an analysis of the integrity of this building in the next 3 months. And at the end of that time, that we have a report come forward indicating a time frame for the completion of this project.
I'll second.
Okay. All right. That didn't pass because of, that's right. So we have a motion by President Johnston and a second by Councilman Bray to allow 3 months for an assessment and a report back to the city council, basically is what.
And whatever would authorize them to be able to go in and get that done. If a condemned building does not permit people to go in, we need to have permission for that to happen.
The condemnation only restricts people that have a relative expectation of safety, the general public.
Okay.
That
Does not owners
does
and their-
not address.
Okay.
And then anybody that's entering it is falling under the OSHA standards for construction.
Okay.
Would that apply to the people that were shooting streamers out in kind community?
I don't know anybody that was going through there on tours.
I'll let you know that there was a brief safety meeting before that happened, and they were all aware of what they were entering and how to be safe.
It was awesome, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay, Ruth, could you please call the motion by President Johnston, a second by Bray. Could you please call the roll?
And let me just be clear, Council President, is to permit the building inspector to move forward, to give them time to get this analysis done of the integrity of the building in the next 90 days rather than 3 months. Is that okay?
That's fine.
with you? And then they need to indicate a time frame for the completion of the project and report back to the council.
If we could specify the specific time date, that might be good. If someone has a calendar and could
Okay.
do that.
That's what I was doing. March 14th. March 14th.
Draw.
So
No,
April, February.
April 15th.
April 11th.
April.
Give it till the 15th. That's a special day.
No, April
Not that
11th.
big.
Study session.
Oh, okay. The 11th of April.
April 11
Yeah.
will be the study session in April, and so April 11 will be the best day.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Johnston?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Adamson?
No.
Cheetah?
No.
Lura?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. You have until April 11th to give us an update and get the work done there.
It was somewhat of an unusual request, Mayor and Council, but your assistance is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for staying with us all day long. It has been a day. And with that, we are adjourned.
If you start down.